Everybody good to go? How's everybody doing?
All good.
I'm good.
Hi. Well, we are down one Aurora today, unfortunately, but we will continue, and I will probably have to give you guys all Aerith at some point, so thumbs up, good luck, have fun.
That's concerning.
Picking up each other's characters at level 8 was, that wasn't hard. At level 16, it's...
a little bit different.
Yeah.
I'm
But
gonna use
we'll go
all
ahead.
his spell slots.
Someone has to.
Right?
So, to catch us up to where we left off at the end of last game, we started off in the Watchtower of Acheron, as you all had concluded your tests, trials within the infinite battlefield set forth by Helm, and granted celestial boons and powers greater than those that have been seen in the material plane in over 1,000 years. You all said a quick goodbye to Clydes, who was sent back to the Feywild before returning to Acheron City via the doorway that you took to get here, which had now returned, as Helm had promised. You got back to the city and realizing that, or understanding, because you guys kind of already knew that Rose probably popped all their high-level stuff during the fight against himself, but understanding that they probably didn't have any way to get you home that day, you guys opted to spend a day around the city itself, enjoying the sights and sounds of a more modern and advanced society than the ones that you guys are normally from. Doesn't necessarily mean better, just advanced. As you took a cab north to the hot springs, where you were treated with champagne in the natural hot springs outside of Acheron City, before heading down to the Mohaim Square to explore the massive mall there, before ending up at a movie theater where you all watched Shrek in canon. More bathroom shenanigans were had, which, in two games I didn't expect, but I guess setting a pattern.
Yeah.
You guys then had dinner before returning to Koro's apartment and resting that evening. Meanwhile, within the Shadowfell, Eodos had been given a mission from his patron and was instructed to gather his allies. He took what she had told him he would be doing and sought a little bit more information from the allies he had met in the Shadowfell, but unfortunately they didn't have much more information than he did, only trusting in her guidance. And as he expressed a uncertainty of how to get back to the material plane, a shadowy door appeared as if on request, which led him back to Starfall. Confronted by Paladin, who was standing guard at the time within the gate chamber within the middle of Starfall, he was immediately recognized, being a quite recognizable sight, and utilized the teleportation circle to return to Iriabor, knowing that when in doubt, that's where the Wanderers go. You guys kind of just 0, back to Iriabor. Spent a day just catching up with the friends around Iriabor and enjoying the time, finally away from the oppressive nature of the Shadowfell. Caught up a little bit with Aureus, who had been checking in on Emmeline that day, for retiring to the guild halls, barracks chambers, and getting the first real peaceful night's rest in a while. In Acheron City, you guys awoke, and recognizing that within the city is probably a bad place to do your morning training, and that Cora's apartment doesn't lend itself to that kind of physical activity, you guys prepared to return to Iriabor. But not before Oni took a moment to reach out and kind of meditate with his oldest friend, a companion that had been beside him and helped him through many scraps over the years, that had been not told, but the time had come for their paths to part. And as they said their farewells, hoping that it's not the final time, that little piece of freedom kind of detached itself, and a piece of him will now go with Oni wherever he goes. You guys awoke, had breakfast, and returned to Iriabor. Actually, I don't think you had breakfast since you immediately went to the guild halls. Like,
Had leftovers.
you had leftovers.
It
That's
was-
what it was.
Yeah, leftover Chinese was the option.
That's right.
It was not a no thank
God, you guys got Chinese.
you.
But returning to the guild hall, you immediately harassed Chad a little bit. Not intentionally. It's just sort of the way you interact with him. He's just easily
I'm
harassable
just
by Rose.
talking.
I know. Before checking in with Emmeline and her telling you that Eodos had returned, leading you to the cafeteria. You guys kind of all gathered together once again and shared some stories about where you all had been and what you all had been up to, as well as discussing the future for the Wanderers of Starlight. A moment taken in reverie as Oni passed freedom to Eodos. And I believe that was kind of the last scene that happened, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So, as we pick up here within the Guild Hall of Iriabor, the newly renovated cafeteria, well, not renovated, newly rebuilt cafeteria, still somewhat occupied by half a dozen or so other adventurers sitting at tables, more at the periphery, as Eodos had struck a kind of... He's a very, very friendly person. He's like that really big, scary guy covered in tattoos, but he's just like the most gentle soul you'll ever meet. Not that Eodos is a gentle soul, but
Unless you do something and then he murders you.
it's true. But for the adventurers here, these low-level 3 to 5s, he seems intimidating, and they seem to have given him a wide berth within the cafeteria that breakfast. So as you all sit around the table together, Emmeline with you, I will ask you guys what you want to do.
Alright, now we gotta watch Shrek 2.
I
Next
guess
time we go to Akron, I suppose.
I'm on the fence because I need to make this assault pack, but now I'm like, if I make it mundane, it might just burn up in the atmosphere of the Dale. But it's gonna take a little bit more time and more money to make it magical, but I won't have to worry about it potentially burning up.
How many days do you think you'd need for that?
Days.
I mean, it's just like a magic, like, just, it's the only like magical effect I'm adding to it is just like environmental control in the inside. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't like temperature control, basically.
Don't know what you're saying because I don't even know what you're talking about. What are you talking about making?
I am making a assault pack to carry potions and med kits in case our bags of holding don't work again.
So like a
Oh,
big
wait.
medkit thing.
Yeah, so I just realized you weren't there. So Ken will like quickly break down what happened specifically in the Earthdale and like how we got to like the core of Gaia, and we found out very quickly that our bags of holding didn't work. So I am not trying to potentially deal with that again.
Well, that is less than ideal. They still worked afterwards though, right? It was just like a in the moment kind of thing.
Yeah, but you know,
Okay. I mean, you could just put shit in your pockets and not a magical bag if you didn't
and
want to
then if
sit and make shit.
but I could.
We
mean,
could
I'm
just have a bandolier.
Yeah, I'm not saying no, but if it's this, like, if this is a multi-day project, I don't know if we have time for that.
Hmm.
We could use the simplified version today, and then once we get back or have more time, then you make the more advanced version.
Actually, he'll like open up his notebook, redo the math, double checking the design. Okay, so thankfully, it's not a multi-day project. It's a one-day project. Uh, It'll take
Okay.
10 minutes to make the bag itself, and then I'll need a full day to complete the magic infusion process.
Hold on a second.
Still sounds a little intensive for something you could just throw some shit in a bag, but hey, what do I
We're
know? You're
level
the inventor.
15 adventurers. We need high quality things.
Why?
Only the best will do.
Why?
I
Better to
mean, look
have
at
and not
us. We
need,
do
and
it for
need
the
and don't
drip.
have.
There you go. Because you've been working on this. You've been making notes. That's why I'm just handing you what it would be mechanically.
Yeah. Yeah, so I can just whip up the base bag with a quick use of fabricate, and then I'll just spend the rest of the day and part of tomorrow infusing magic into it, and it should be good to go by then. But more importantly, fire resistance potions.
That's not a bad idea, I suppose.
Yeah,
I
I
can't
know.
remember.
I know you're resistant. Air's resistant. Iodos is immune.
I
I'm
mean,
also resistant.
well, if we're
So
talking immunity versus resistance, and Rose will reach back and pat Zen on the side of the scabbard, technically immune.
I mean, yeah,
Are
that's what I was saying. You're
potions
resistant.
of fire immunity?
Immune,
Oh, you're immune.
yes. I have
Oh,
my cloak, I have him.
neat. Okay. So the only ones that are resistant
So it's kind
are
of just
me.
you, isn't it?
I mean, Orius is
Uh,
resistant.
Are we taking Aureus into the Firedale? I thought we were just saying hello.
you don't want me to come with you anymore?
That's
No more
not
fun old adventures with your buddy old
that's
pal?
not what I'm saying. I just thought that you didn't do the whole adventuring thing anymore. Seeing as you died and then were, you
Yeah,
know.
I sorry
It's
about that, big
fine.
guy.
I
I
got
didn't mean
better.
to overstep. I should have asked you first.
I mean, do you want to come?
Of course.
Okay. Not exactly what I was expecting, but sure. I
Sweet.
suppose.
Okay. You should probably get a hold of Chad / Emmeline. Let's get your badge reactivated.
Emmeline kind of leans forward.
She's right here.
Right here. We
Uh,
never actually deactivated his. I mean, kind of when he died, but when he came back, I took the liberty.
Thanks, Em. You're the best.
Smiles.
So, cool. Bag, fire resistance potions.
For you.
Yes. And
Are
Aerith,
there?
because I believe Aerith is
Aerith
also
is resistant, but
Yeah.
you can't, like, the potions won't do anything if you're resistant already. It doesn't give you
Right.
double, I don't think.
Mm-mm.
Touche. So yeah, okay, yeah. So you're right. It's just me. Okay, cool.
Not that there's
There are
anything
no
wrong with that.
potions of fire immunity?
Mm-mm.
Dang.
Yes, one costs 20,000 gold.
It's just a bigger fire resistance
Yeah.
potion.
You just double
Okay.
fist them and drink them both.
Mm-hmm.
We did our training this morning. Yeah, we did. Yep, we did. Okay, so
I mean,
guess
did we? Because I thought we
Yeah.
didn't want to destroy Emmeline's apartment.
Oh, you're right.
Of Carl.
Yeah, I don't see rolls.
Yes,
yeah,
sorry,
that's
Carl.
usually, I'm scrolling through. That's usually how I check.
Yeah.
I don't see any either.
Yeah, okay, so we can.
Hold on one second.
Make myself a shopping list.
I mean, do we need any other supplies to take? Rose takes a second and like looks at everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 people into a burning wasteland of death. That's a big party.
I mean, wait, are we all going?
Okay.
I didn't
Can't remember.
assume that anyone was not, unless someone doesn't want to come. I don't know. Like I said, I thought you guys were just, or I know Eidos is coming. Eidos wants to kill Malachi. I thought Aureus was just visiting, but apparently he wants to come with us. And unless I guess Oni and Takashi, you guys want to fuck off before we go do this, this is your chance.
Said there's 2 things we wanted to investigate from last time. Now I gotta remember which 2 things they were.
The two thoughts right now are Neverwinter and Talia, and the Dark Army in Baldur's Gate. Those are the ideas that have been posited, and I just don't know what you guys want to do with your characters, so I haven't taken over yet.
Okay. If you guys want to go fuck off, that's up to you. I suppose now we have replacements for you. Rose kind of like just grins a little bit and gestures to Eidos and Aureus.
Rude.
But is it wrong?
I feel so bad. Earth keeps coming through Robot-y.
Oh, no. That is very robot-y. Uh-oh.
I heard what robots would translate to me as awesome. Sorry.
He's speaking in binaric.
Right?
We're soon gonna have to. Sounds good. Ah. Then yes, as we could pick up with Theodos asking, or at least go from there, as Earth gets, well, since he's restarting his hotspot.
Right, I don't know if he needs a second.
Yeah. Sometimes I start down a path and then realize that I have to, turn around, take a different turn.
I mean, you probably should just buy basic healing potions as well.
Yeah, yep.
'Cause
Did you guys just do that like 3 days ago?
It
well, we got
feels
new
like it,
people
doesn't
in
it?
the group.
I'm pretty sure you did it before you went to Acheron.
They also really didn't buy that much because they offered
They
a bunch of
didn't.
them and no one bought any
Oni
for
did.
some reason. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I only bought a bunch.
Which he's taking with him. Those are his now.
Or
Or
he
still
still has
robot.
a potion of healing.
No,
No,
that's
you
better.
sound better.
What I was, I didn't want to interrupt. The last thing we did last time was Eidos asking about Hadrian.
Let's see. As everybody is discussing, Emmeline just finishes up her breakfast. So Dad kind of looks across the table, looks over at Aureus, and she kind of like looks at him and gives a nod. Well, I told y'all that,
He
Jaeger
abandoned
ran
you.
into.
That he abandoned you. Sorry, go on.
No, well,
Eh,
Jaeger ran into a spot of trouble and found himself in need of, I guess, extraction would probably be the word he would have used. And, well, Dad just couldn't sit by and do that. Let him just rot in that city where he was a wanted, well, criminal. So he set out and left me in charge. Not a big deal. Figured they'd just gather up, get out of the city, maybe head for Neverwinter. Bunch of people up there, disparate folk that are looking to make a new life, and they figured maybe they could just blend in until things died down a bit before coming home. And it was while he was there that he started to hear whispers. Now, whenever you're avoiding the law and trying not to be seen, you're gonna bump into the underground. And Jaeger is no enemy of those that kind of run in those circles and has been seeing the thieves' cant and the notices, the recruitment of a dark
seeing.
army. She looks over at you.
How does he read thief cants when he's blind?
I hadn't thought about that. Thank you for
there's
reminding me that Jaeger was blind.
Braille thief's
probably
cant.
markings too. Like they might be like cut indents into things.
Yeah. Hadrian's been reading him some weird signs.
More like thieves can't see. Am I right?
Right? Thank you. Now my boat's
Sorry.
sinking. It's like they're bailing water out with a bucket. Either way, they heard rumors and started sniffing about. Now, it's not like the people are going around talking about a dark army or using that phrasing, but it's what Dad's been calling it because of who they're looking to recruit. The underbelly. The people that are willing to do whatever they're told in the name of profit or power. And they have been gathering under the protection of somebody. He hasn't been able to figure out who. And she looks over at Aureus. That's what I was telling you about the other day. Deep pockets. Somebody with a lot of influence pulling the strings on this one because normally something like this would get noticed. There's been a reduction in crime, as I'm guessing some sort of boot camp must be happening. But that's what we know right now. She looks over at Aureus and goes, "Did you want to let them know what you've got going over there? Or you want me to fill them in?"
I sent some friends of the church over to help out Hadrian.
And she nods. They got there yesterday and are trying to provide a more legitimate front since, Jaeger can't really be seen, and the more Hadrian's seen, the riskier it gets.
So you sent people from your church?
They're good people. They know what they're doing.
That's, not questioning the goodness of them or not, but that seems kind of weird for clergymen. Are they trained in any sort of combat, or are they just there to
No, they're trained. Let's see, Jonathan, I believe he's a fighter. Rigerte's a cleric. Quinn, a wizard, and Tyranny, I believe, is a rogue. So they know what they're doing. It's not like they're there to cause problems either. So
all right.
Hopefully just there to provide support. And
well, you didn't think I was just sitting on my hands all the time after I got back.
No, figured you were sitting on your ass.
Wow.
Why would you sit on your hands? Seems uncomfortable. I don't know. I didn't know what you were doing after you died and you were a statue for like 2 months and came back and could hardly move.
You could have stopped by and asked.
If you didn't spend all your time in a church.
I come to the guild too. I like to see Fred.
Well, I guess
Have you talked to Fred in a while?
occasionally. Look, I haven't exactly been just hanging around here. I was kind of stuck in a war for 7 years. Or
You have a
2
moment to talk about our
months.
Lord and Savior, Fred, the giant crocodile?
Everyone
Everyone.
has a moment for Fred, at least. Look, I was busy too, okay?
That's fine. I'm not saying that you weren't busy enough to not visit. I'm just saying, hey, now we can catch up.
So they're basically investigating a potential dark army, training the underground to pull in a lot of bad people that'll do whatever as long as you pay them.
Right.
Yep.
That
That's
always good combination there.
yeah. That was why they changed their plans and opted to risk it to try to figure out what was going on, as opposed to just skedaddling to Neverwinter, which is what I told them to do. I said, "You left me in charge of this hellhole so that you could be safe, but no, you choose not." She starts like, puts her hands up, goes, "Nope, not the time, not the time, not the time."
Well, I mean, it sounds like it's mostly in hand, but I guess if you guys want to go check it out.
Right, and out of character because I keep forgetting where that man is said to be. And where's the guy Helm told us?
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter. Okay. Then O'Neill kind of pipe up a little bit and kind of volunteer services if it seems like we've got quite an adventuring party here, and at least 2 people have stepped in, and freedom is very clearly on the side of us trying to back Eidos up now. If they will, you told them to get to Neverwinter. Helm told us about someone who would be in Neverwinter. I would not be opposed to going and seeing if I could lend a hand to Hadrian, Jaeger, and Orius's allies. And once that's settled, we can move as a group to Neverwinter to better apprehend the spy.
2 birds, 1 stone, I guess.
That would mean a lot to me, Oni. He's got me over a barrel, worried, and I can't lose my dad. If I mean, you guys are about to step into some sort of primordial elemental hell. Are you sure 5 of you will be? No.
Hey, what are you worried about?
Puts her hands up because you guys can handle it. You're the Wanderer's Starlight.
Exactly.
The only catch is, and she looks kind of past Rose again, back over to Oni, is that we don't have a quick way to get there. Orius's hands had to take horses. Took them a week, 10 days or so to get there. Can't use teleportation circles because we're not entirely sure. She kind of like closes her eyes. We're not sure if the Guardians of the Sword Coast branch is compromised there or not. We
Can
haven't.
we planeswalk to there?
You guys have anything from Baldur's Gate?
I mean, or
yeah, can we ask Emily if she has anything? I mean, as a member of the Sword Coast Guardians, I assume she might have been there or might have something, right? If she does, only or Takashi can do the first planeswalk to go somewhere else and then planeswalk back over there, right?
Jump to a random plane, jump back.
She kind of looks down and goes, you know, trying to figure out something mechanically.
We were there, right?
All this
for
is
a little
all this is telling me from now on, everywhere we go, we pick up at least a rock.
bit.
Mhm.
Out of character, was Baldur's Gate where I decided Rose was from?
Mhm.
Yeah. So
It's also the one that's only like a mile off the coast from Starfall. I'm just trying to think because I was gonna have her hand you like a letter that he'd sent her, but
not technically
it's got to be
from
metal
Baldur's Gate. Yeah.
or at least hardy enough to planeswalk.
If it's not far from Starfall too, we could always just send them there. Eidos can teleportation circle himself. Then we could send them to Starfall, and then Oni Takashi with their insane movement could probably cover a mile in no time at all.
How do they get from there across the ocean, though?
We swim.
Well, yeah. Oni has a flight, a climb, and a swim speed.
I was just about to say it's like the guards on the docks of Baldur's Gate are like standing out on watchtowers looking out. They just see two
Like,
people
what the
running
fuck?
across the water. Adventurers inbound.
Shit, no!
You like the guards were like, I'm gonna ignore that.
Well,
I don't want to die.
I guess either that or I have. It's up to you, I guess, Cade, whether this would be acceptable or not, but I still have in my inventory like the starting trinket that you get when you start a game,
hmm
and that would technically be from Baldur's Gate for Rose.
What was it? What has Rose been
I don't,
carrying?
right? I don't know. Never really thought about it.
And well, then you have to tell me, okay? Because it's
I-
your character.
Right. Well, then I guess would my trinket be from there, or would it be from? I guess maybe it would be the bracelet from the Feywild,
Feywild. Okay,
probably. Okay,
that makes sense.
never mind.
Okay.
So swimming or running across the ocean it is for you guys. Have fun.
I actually have a question. Takashi, he only had 5 coins that he had when he passed by Baldur's Gate, joined the convoy. I still have those 5 gold coins.
Was one of them from
Was
Roll me a d20.
there?
alright. I still have those. Technically, I got 9 gold coins now, so I'd have to like.
Damn, his wealth is almost double.
Yeah, right.
Well, someone was kind enough and gave me a bunch of platinum, so he's not broke anymore.
It was
He still has those.
Mia gave those to you.
Yeah, Mia gave him 205 platinum pieces, so he's not broke. But he still has the original 5 gold pieces he had.
Since you have hung on to them so well, I rolled a d20 as well to set the DC, and you needed a 7 because I rolled a 7. So
Oh, yeah.
since you've hung on to this for so long, kind of like reach into your pocket that first 5 gold that you made, and you look down, and it looks more weathered. It's been in your bag this entire time, running through hell and high water, but you kind of like weigh them in your hand, and you can remember that first job when you had been looking for work and had moved from the village where you had been kind of like nursed back to health and then been hired on as a caravan guard. And you can remember that was just outside of the main city of Baldur's Gate, kind of within the outer area of the city.
That will work. Well, I think I got our way there.
Which plane are you going to jump through on your way there?
That's a great question. Do we want to choose a plane, Oni, or just like, you know what? Let's see someplace new. Just Go random.
There are some fucked up planes, so careful.
In and out.
10-minute adventure.
Hello, we are stuck in the abyss.
You
I'm
end up
always
in
down for something new.
Fine, abandon us. Now that you have the means.
End up in Asmodeus's room. How did you get here? Oh, sorry, wrong place. Sorry about that. Just
How did you get here?
Don't worry about it. Bye.
Just have a sit down talk with Zariel. It'll be fine.
Yeah,
oh, that'd be hilarious.
it's
End
the
up in
worst that could
Zariel's room.
happen.
See Robert. It's like, oh hey Robert.
we're
Robert.
just passing through. Yeah, you mind if we hang out for a minute, catch our breath, and then move on?
Hi, Robert. Bye, Robert. Fuck you.
I don't know if I'd want to piss off Robert without the full group there.
What's the worst that could happen?
He's powered up by Zariel, so probably a lot.
Nah. Bag of bones. No big deal.
With flaming metal armor.
Yeah.
That's scary.
No big deal.
Little Avernus becomes Big Avernus.
He's on fire. I don't want to touch that. Takashi doesn't have fire resistance.
Yeah.
But
Well,
yeah,
good thing. I
but
guess
yeah,
good thing you're
I
not
mean-
coming with us then.
it sounds like we at least have the framework of a plan. And it's not like we're not still with you guys. If you need us, you have the means to reach out. And it might not be immediate, but we have the means to reach you. So.
And I have the ability to bother you. Let's see, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, potentially 11 times a day to bother you, if I needed to. And you can't stop me.
Isn't there a ring that stops that?
Do you have a ring that stops that?
No, I might go buy one though, with all my plat. But no, jokes aside, maybe sending stones might not be too bad to get.
Yeah.
That way we can actually communicate back with you guys.
I knew I was fucking forgetting something.
Man, I still have half of Ascending
'Cause
Stone to
I just
sell.
remembered. I'm like, hey, you know, it'd be a really cool idea having all the coalition leadership ascending stone, so we can like directly communicate with everyone about what's going
Probably
on.
wouldn't
But
be the worst thing. I still
I
have,
completely forgot.
oh, what the fuck? I still have half the Sending Stone from Hadrian. I could just ask him what the fuck he's doing. I wonder if he still has that.
think he left that with Emmeline, actually.
Oh,
Yeah, wasn't there a point where I think you tried to reach out and you got Emmeline for some
Emmeline
reason
said-
and you were surprised by it?
Yeah.
then let me go ahead. And Rose just takes like a small thing and just like write Emmeline's name on it. So no.
Just Sharpieing on the rock.
Yeah. Cross
Scribble,
out
scribble, scribble, scribble,
Hadrian,
scribble.
write it Emmeline. Do you still have the other half of this? The silence is a good sign. The
Emily's
continued,
just having a
yeah,
stroke
the
right now.
continued silence is a great sign.
Oh,
Emily,
sorry. You asked
Feeling
you
had,
Emmeline.
feeling
I'm
had.
sorry. That was my fault. I was typing something and I didn't even hear. What did you ask, Emmeline?
does she still have the other half of the Sending Stone?
Oh, yeah, that's back in my office, I think.
Okay. Well, don't lose that, I guess. Although you could just call. What's the point? You could just call me and I can just answer. Can I have that other half and give it to Takashi?
Kind of looks down at your rock. You're gonna run out of room for names on there.
Yeah,
but
I just wrote your name on there. Now I'm gonna have to cross it out.
yeah, I'll go get it for you. Why
But-
don't you guys just wait here? I'll be right back. She just
Yep.
stands up and smiles and looks down. It's like, it's so good to see the 5 of you around the table again. Warms my heart.
Not dead yet.
Walks past, puts a hand on Eodos's spooky shoulder. Then she's gonna go get the sending stone.
Sending stones can't be that expensive where you couldn't just buy new ones.
Probably not, but why buy another one when I have a perfectly good one right here?
So we can communicate with more people.
You go buy it then.
I'm not gonna give it to you then.
While all this goes on, Ken, a voice enters your mind.
We like voices in our heads.
Right? Also, Takashi said that. Rose, fine, I'll give it to Oni instead. Fuck you.
Yeah, Ken will
You
perk
didn't
up
need me.
and just like, okay.
Takashi's just making goofy faces at you.
Mm.
Yeah, this is sad. This is the last time I can make fun of you to your face.
I'm sure you'll find a way.
I will, but it won't be the same.
You know what? I got the perfect idea. How about you shapeshift into my face, look in a mirror, and then you can make fun of it.
But then it's you
Perfect.
making fun of yourself, which I guess is still funny, but it kind of loses the point.
Well,
What
that's
if
your
you
only option.
shapeshift into
Take it or
Shrek?
leave it.
I absolutely
After
not.
all I did for you, I bought you all that candy and soda. You gotta see the best movie ever, Shrek. This is
Ran
how
up
you
down escalator.
Almost succeeded.
almost got us kicked out of the mall.
Almost succeeded.
Ah.
And yes, you did buy us all that stuff, but again, host and necessity.
You got the bucket of spurt.
Felt like my heart was gonna explode. I think you were trying to poison me, honestly.
Oh, okay,
And
that
was it
is
the
your
Three
fault. I did try and
Musketeers?
warn you not to drink that much sugar. Very processed food. Good, like it tastes great. Good in short burst. You just ate a metric shit ton of it.
I also forgot to.
It's like drinking a bunch of wine. You're gonna get a hangover.
You don't need to roll for yours.
I was about to say I gotta add "I love you" at the end of that message.
Ah, I see.
Do you have
Yes.
enough words?
Yes.
Takashi can finally work in the shadows again. Always having to work in the open. Sucks so much. I can never hide.
I'm like, ah. I mean, with Mia, I'm like, it could be really anything, but maybe it's info on the Arcane Engine.
Everything
Maybe.
good? Trouble in paradise?
No, she was asking me to guess about something, but
With your one time a day sending?
yeah, I told her to,
Wait, what'd she say?
have Nick message me if I accidentally got it wrong.
Either way, she can't answer you.
Yeah, I really need to figure out a way to expand the message system.
I mean, can you learn sending? I could teach you, but I don't
Ring
know
of
how that
spell
works.
storing? You could get a ring of spell storing.
You could store sending in there one time, I think, because it's up to 5
Yeah, it's
spell
only 5
slots.
spell slots, yeah.
So once. One
Advanced
more
Yeah.
call.
storing, so you can have 2.
Oh wait, first a second. Never mind. Rip.
Yeah, not quite. I mean, you could buy scrolls with it built in. There's
A
always
few
that.
minutes pass, and then a very confused gnome's voice enters your mind.
Oh. Oh, I'm so.
Did she want you to guess that she loves you?
Yeah.
Good job.
Door opens. Emmeline walks back in, kind of tossing a stone into the air a little bit. Smiles, approaches the table as Ken's got his head in his hands. She sits down.
Oh, good job, buddy.
Everything all right?
Yeah, he's just
Yeah.
dumb. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
He's the dumbest smart person you've ever met.
Shut up.
She hands the stone to you, Rose.
Cool. Okay. Hold on, I need to cross out Emily and write Oni, not Takashi.
Specifically uses up more space to write not Takashi on
Yep.
this.
And then they'll toss the other half to Oni across the table. You're one off.
Sending's third level, isn't it?
Sure is.
And I don't think it's in my spell list.
Nope.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Hiccup was at 1 level of wizard. And you can learn any spell.
Oh. No, I'm half joking. Like I get what you mean, but like nah, I'm taking it all the way to 20.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
got to have that soul of
destroy-
the artifice.
Right,
I got-
destroy
dude,
your
yeah,
entire like class thing by dipping 1 point into sorcerer or into wizard.
I know I need that capstone. I need it.
It's so good. And you're
Ooh.
already so strong. It's going to be so hard to kill you. I'll have to kill you 7 times.
Yikes.
I'm sure we can
Crazy.
find a way to force Artificer to learn sending.
If you
I
put
mean,
like
Ken is
We
just
did-
gonna invent cell phones. That's
I mean, we did have joke about having Rose and Aerith kind of force a lesson on Ken to learn fucking Steel Wind Strike.
beat him up until he learns it.
Cray had the message earrings he made in our Strahd game. Those things came in clutch because we could, as long as we were within like 200 feet of each other, we could talk quietly.
Doesn't help across planes though.
No. But Cray was also not a level 16. Oh god, I cannot get my words to work today. Level 16 artificer. So
If you put an artificer with that capstone in an anti-magic field, would that negate that, or do they still break instead of dying?
That's a great question.
right.
Right?
That's scary. Can we not?
No ideas for the future. I'm just curious.
You need to make the anti-magic shield or something.
An anti bubble.
You could still use it. You wouldn't gain the magical effect of the
Okay,
items,
but they still keep you-
the ability would still
Okay.
work because it just has to be a magical or an infusion. But you
Right.
wouldn't have the magic, but it's still an
Even
active
if they're not
infusion.
active. Okay. Interesting. Well,
Just
that's good.
suppressed.
Good to know.
Dang.
If you put an anti-magic field on an anti-magic field, does the anti-magic field stop working?
I don't know if you could. Hold on.
I think I just figured out what happened to magic in reality, like in our world. Somebody did that and broke everything.
Yeah.
It's like I don't think you can cast a spell on an anti-magic field.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Oh no.
And you
Okay,
can't-
so you have to do it on yourself, so that wouldn't even work anyways. It's a self 10-foot radius sphere,
So you
Interesting.
have them outside, 2 people close, so the spheres touch,
and they
but they're both
interact.
outside. Yes.
God damn it! Now I'm trying to figure out how to.
Two negative make a positive. Maybe
I
it's
don't
just
think
a giant
so.
nuclear
I
explosion.
think it just makes an anti-magic field.
I'm going to figure out. Yeah, I guess I gotta take a page from Cray's book and make a sending like a magic not like 1-to-1, but I'm gonna make
It's
a sending bracelet.
There's an actual rule for it. It's in the anti-magic field description. It's just really long. It's there at the end.
Is
Likewise, the spheres created by different anti-magic fields don't nullify each other.
Oh,
Hey, they thought about it. Okay, cool.
They thought about it.
good on them.
In
Good on
case
them.
2 people casting 8th level magic on themselves, you know.
Yeah, and then like fusion. Ha!
And then they go and hug.
Oh no.
Well, good to know.
All right. Well, if you guys are going to help out Dad, I should probably let you know where they're hiding and how to reach them when you get there.
Is maybe I'm just being paranoid.
What's up?
No, I was just like, you never know who could be listening, magically or otherwise. Is that something you want to say out loud? Does it matter? I don't.
I mean, I told Aureus 2 weeks ago when we sent
Oh, well,
the
that's
hands.
already ruined.
So
Okay, go for it.
They haven't died yet.
Sorry to
Damn
ruin
it!
it.
Now I'm all like,
I'm
got me
sorry.
all.
Sometimes there's people who listen to what I say and look in my
She
mind.
closes her eyes and just puts her head down, and you can see that like tracing through the air, the little flash of magic. She has her hand to her forehead and she mutters quietly under her breath. All right, I told him to find a new spot and to let me know when he's there. At that point, I'll coordinate. I don't know, privately with you, I guess.
I guess while we're on this topic real quick, just chiming in now, just a heads up, whenever we do go to try to get that shard of death, she did tell me that it's guarded by a mother who serves death, and that they would be watching my moves from now on, so
Great. So you're
be ready for
compromised
that.
too. Yep. Compromised buddies. High five.
Did
Rose
they
will
give
hold
a
up a hand.
name?
High five.
Awesome. Mysterious
Do we have
figure of
the
death.
name of the other person who watches over death? I feel like there's a lot of them.
Right? I thought that was kind of the
Yeah,
Raven Queen's whole thing, but if it's not her,
She wasn't very specific, but I think that was more of a just to make it apparent that it wasn't something I'd be able to do alone. That I need you guys.
just to freak you out. Aerith is typing.
Well, not so much to freak me out, but to like get across the weight of the situation, because that the place she mentioned, the wilds out there, are crazy dangerous in and of themselves, and the fact that there's something
Awesome.
serious lurking out there
And
is
something
even
worse. Great.
So,
Yeah. Cool. I guess I was going to ask if this is going to get us all killed, but that's kind of an obvious question. Hi, Aerith.
Hello. Hope you
He
haven't-
can't hear us, but
He can't
we can
hear
say
us. He
hi
won't be able to hear
anyways.
still the recording.
I mean, so, okay, I guess. So, yeah, stupid question, but, Eidos, how dangerous exactly are we talking here?
exceedingly,
Cool.
very much dangerous.
Awesome.
On a scale of 1 to
Like 11?
It's
1 being
dangerous
a
enough
cow, 10
that
being
just
an
being
ancient dragon.
just being there, you run the risk of ceasing to exist. So prep for that.
Okay.
How do you prep for that?
How? Yes, that was the next question. How? You can't just say that and not.
You've you gotta live. You gotta really, really live.
What does that mean?
You cannot get lost in the sauce. You have got to be in there. None of this self-doubt, none of this hesitation. You have got to commit to whatever you're doing.
Oh, good. That sounds like a perfect place to be right now, yeah.
Also, the
Doesn't
food
make
kind of
sense very
sucks.
well.
Great. So
But I just
why?
figured since we're on the topic of potential compromises, to give you guys that heads up so we don't get there and spring it on you.
So fire, then shadow.
Then we die.
Die slowly.
Unless we actively work to live, whatever the fuck that means.
You'll figure it out.
I think he means like have
It's
a
the worst
good
that can happen.
diet, exercise. You know, you got to work for it to live a little better.
What if exercise makes me want
Take
to
some
die?
vitamins. Take some vitamins. You'll be fine.
I don't believe you.
I don't know why you believe me. I've never been there.
Was that Takashi or
Takashi. Takashi
okay?
is the one who's
Yeah.
making all the jokes.
Okay,
towards it.
cool. Because I was gonna say how am I supposed to know you've never been there? You used to be a planeswalker. You went to other planes of
That is
existence.
a good question.
That
Have
is
I?
a good question.
For all I know, you've been there multiple times.
Yeah, I went there on vacation. Took the kid. You know.
So you
Really
haven't.
relaxing.
It's kind of in the same boat as the Feywild. Your jurisdiction mostly was Outer Planes, and both the Shadowfell and the Feywild are almost reflections of the material. Yeah. So Takashi has not been there.
No
I get all
jurisdiction there.
weird, obscure places.
What's the weirdest place you've been?
Probably the edge of the abyss,
I didn't
where
know there was,
literally the rules of reality stop functioning.
I didn't know there was
Not
an
a fun
edge.
place. Isn't that where Cthulhu lives?
That's why you don't go past the edge.
Yep.
I was under the impression that that place was infinite.
So you have the edge of like stuff we know, and then you got the infinite of eldritch horror beyond.
That sounds fun.
That's where Cthulhu and all his brothers and all the other things live. Cthulhu's brothers
Definitely.
apparently nice, but everyone else.
Sure.
You say
Yeah.
the word Cthulhu and an adventurer 3 tables over sneezes.
Oh god!
He's,
I didn't mean any disrespect, sir.
Bad adventurer. Don't work with him. Cease your backs.
No gulags in this.
Not in my adventuring hall.
This is a Christian Minecraft server.
Oh. Well, this sucks.
As often do. But the beautiful thing is that chances are we'll all be in a room together again soon. Because we're all working towards the same common end. And I think all of us are, or at least y'all, are a little too stubborn to die and stay dead.
Except for Aerith. Pats him on the head.
He eventually
He
came
had to
around. He
be
chose to come
convinced
back.
by his mother.
He like raises his hand and starts to talk, and you talk over him. And he tries to talk again. Emily talks over him.
Poor Aerith. But hopefully, and even though we're revoking your status as interns, that still means that you are under the oath of not dying. It's not allowed.
I don't think we've ever died or went down, so I don't think that's
So
a problem
don't start.
We're
Right?
not.
Pinky swear.
And hey,
I survived a building getting dropped on me and blown up into another world. I think I'll be fine.
Yeah, you're definitely being watched over by something, because
Yeah, it was an asshole.
that's. Oh.
Ah,
He's a dick.
Helm said he wasn't watching me.
Are you sure?
He said he wasn't.
And you believed him. Yep. He never
also said he was
lies.
lying to us at that time.
Uh-huh.
Mm,
He's still a dick.
maybe I'm just a really lucky guy.
No, Nicholas took all the luck
That is true. Nicholas
in
is-
the universe and existence.
See, it turns out Takashi is like Nicholas's long lost grandchild, who also inherited all the luck.
Where did the elf part come from?
I mean, Nicholas been alive for a long time, so it probably got in there somewhere.
Diluted.
So you still
So-
have to pinky swear. Rose holds up their hand.
I'm sorry. I think
Okay.
I misheard you. What?
I said you're not allowed to die, and you said you won't, and I said pinky swear it.
Oh, I thought you said cookies here, and I'm like, huh?
Nope.
Fine. Pinky swear.
You too, Oni.
It's a pinky swear. He does not intend to die. He just got
Ever.
access to like the wider multiverse now, so he can't die now. He's got to go see things.
Yeah. Not dying applies to all y'all as well.
We'll definitely try.
No. You made us pinky promise not to. Now you have to pinky promise not to. You can't just be like,
Yeah,
oh,
pinky promises are a two-way street.
yeah.
Now you're bound by the pinky promise.
Yeah.
Fine.
If you die, the pinky promise gods come down and send you to wherever they held to take you.
I don't know.
Never break a pinky promise.
That sounds horrifying. Why? I don't. My brain is just like imagining tiny little like fat cherub babies for some reason, and I don't know why.
But their hands.
Oh,
The pinky
nope.
god hand.
Nope, I'm leaving. Bye. Have fun in the multiverse. If you're leaving right now, I don't know what we're doing. Ken needs to go to the store. I don't.
Well, what do you want to do, Rose? What do you do right now?
No.
As you stand up from the table and look around in your cafeteria, back in the material plane, what does Rose do today?
I don't know. At this point, they kind of just like throw their hands up and just walk out.
Okay.
And I guess they'll just go wander.
What's everybody else doing as Rose kind of throws across the table the "what are we doing today?" and then heads out into the guild hall? What's everybody else doing?
Boy. Well, I'm shopping. If
And that's
anyone wants to
boring.
come live, well, it helps keep us alive.
Don't care.
If I was
Goodbye.
all boring. Yeah, piss off.
Made a pinky promise to stay alive, and there's like, oh, options to stay alive?
Nah.
Nah.
Probably should also buy just basic healing potions.
Yeah.
I also had the thought, who better to help Oni master his blind fighting than Jaeger,
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
right?
Yeah.
He
is
there's
extremely
obviously been
proficient
something
in
missing,
blind
some
fighting.
component that he's not catching. Jaeger
Oh.
can just fill in the gaps.
Worst case, you can ask Robert. He also knows blind fighting.
Alright, so Ken's going shopping. Rose out into the guild hall to kill the day. Aerith, I'm going to say, is going
Library.
to go to the guild hall or go to the guild's kind of like barracks room. He's going to open the archive, the book dimension, and he's going to go read his book. Wisdom book, I think, is what he's
That's
working on.
fair. Yes, we should get him to finish that because he'd
does
be very
Dex-
upset with us
Or is it
if we
textbook?
didn't.
Textbook, okay.
Yeah,
Because I know that's what he would do today.
He kept looking at it. He's like,
Yeah,
ah, you
the thing
have
is, I had the wisdom book, but I gave it to Oni.
Right. We forget to have him do that and it resets. Whoops, sorry, Earth.
Oh, he's almost
Eric
done
would be
too.
so
I
mad.
know. It would be really funny, but really, really
We
unfortunate.
can joke about it. We're like, oh, haha. Like next time, it's like, sorry, we forgot to
We
read. You have
reset your
to
book, Garrett.
restart.
Sorry. Oops.
We accidentally lost it. We did it for some good.
Rose just sneaks that book out of Eric's inventory into Takashi's, so that when we plane shift, we accidentally steal it, and
Oops.
he loses the ability.
Oh no.
That would be so funny and so tragic.
So mean. Okay. Did you have anything else you want to do with Oni? Because I figure he's probably going to spend the day catching up on what's going on in Baldur's Gate with M, and then they can plane shift whenever she hears back from Hadrian, which won't be long when he finds a new safe house. But is there anything else you guys wanted to do?
Well, shit. I guess after my shopping, I should probably try to meditate today.
I think Oni would just, thank everyone for putting up with him. Let them know that if they need anything, like you said before, all they need to do is reach out. Him and Takashi can be there basically at the drop of a hat, assuming they haven't plane shifted that day yet.
Multiversally
But
mobile at
otherwise,
the
he's
drop of
good.
a hat. Dang.
Anything for Takashi?
I think so. I think same as like Oni. Just talk with him, figure out what we need, and then dip.
All right. Then as Rose leaves and Ken kind of stands up, starts gathering up the plates and bowls, grabs Rose's dishes so that he can bring it to the counter to have it cleaned within the cafeteria. M stands up and looks over at Oni and Takashi and invites them to join her in her office so that she can catch them up on, the finer details or any questions they might have. They say their goodbyes. Aerith replies with a heartfelt thank you and goodbye, as you know Aerith would, because he definitely did appreciate everything the two of you brought here, and he's probably gonna miss having someone in the mornings to just be awake with, because he'll be the only trancing elf now.
Yep.
Before they leave, anything from the rest of you guys? I guess that's just you guys, because I'm looking at all these tokens and I'm realizing it's just the same people. So, okay. As they say,
I did realize one small thing. Enos had already traded, freedom for the wing boots, but that means Oni has to give Enos his boots of Elvicon because he's already wearing boots, unfortunately. So
Just
if
go
anybody
barefoot.
needs some boots of Elvicon, there's just a pair available for you.
I mean, if none of y'all
Give him to Emily.
want it,
There you go.
Yeah, no,
One,
if you want to,
they're not
feel
attunement.
free. Yeah, exactly. That was why, he had them because all his other stuff took them, but Quiet worked with Oni. But
That would be
since he's
pretty.
got weak boots, he has to attune to them.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's gonna have to. He can't wear two pairs of boots. It doesn't work that way.
I mean, depends on how big the boots are.
No. The mechanic thing. But, I mean, you didn't want them on Eidos because they're not attunement.
Yeah, I mean, well, I was just saying because I didn't know if anybody else would rather have it. Eidos will definitely use them if
Nah. Nah,
nobody
you can keep
wants
them.
But
We're about to do a mission. Hold on, I gotta put on my sneaky shoes.
No.
because I thought about it earlier. I was like, oh man, he's already wearing boots. Hang on a second.
Yeah, I got my jet boots. Can't. No dice.
Right. I don't technically have
Okay,
boots,
I
but
just figured
sneaky's not my thing.
I'd offer before I just put them on the Eidos because I didn't know if anybody else wanted to be sneaky with them or not.
Nah.
But as
Emily
long as
would
nobody
only add-
does, he'll throw them on.
Cool. She would just add them to like the inventory for the guild for one of the other adventurers to use.
Oh
but
no, fuck that.
I think it'd be much better in Eodos's hands. I think she would agree too that you guys are doing the difficult work.
Let's see if we have any other magical items we could just start giving to each other. before we leave.
Clear out your
Yeah, I mean-
inventory of interesting things.
You know what? I never used my smoke bombs. Does anyone want
Oh.
smoke bombs?
Do them right here, right now.
Give
Oh.
them to Ken so that he can catapult a smoke bomb, deal damage, and also set smoke bombs off at range.
Well, the thing with the smoke bombs, they have a special action where you can throw them as an action, and it allows you to take the hide action as you throw it. So then it also has like a cloud of obscuring, so it lets you pretty much disappear because you can use an action to pretty much throw it and hide at the same time.
I like the idea of Ken catapulting a smoke bomb at somebody more, but alright.
No, you can still do that.
It is
I
an
would just have
option.
to figure out the mechanical interaction there, but that's not
It's always
You
an
can probably
option.
still hide because if you like toss it at someone and it blows up in their face, they can't see, so you could use that time to hide. So I would say it would still work.
Yeah, smoke. I got darkness. I don't need a smoke bomb, so everybody else wants
God.
filters.
it's
I
great
have-
in darkness.
I have
Welcome
3
back,
smoke
Ash.
bombs.
Two of you have Eldritch Sight.
That reminds
Devil's
me.
sight.
It reminded me of. I gotta eventually sit down and remake some more flashbang grenades.
I just
mean, this
realized-
would be the place to do it.
Takashi doesn't need the tuning fork with plane shift now.
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
Does anyone want it? I mean, it was also given as a gift because I'd feel bad. Like he's very ceremonially given it as a gift, and he's like, "Hey, I don't need this anymore. Who wants it?"
What tuning for it? Was that the material one?
I could give it. Yes, I could give it back to him since I don't need it anymore. I might do that. I'd feel bad if I just gave away something that.
Which,
Regifting
I
it.
mean, it's either regifting or giving back a gift. They're both kind of rude.
Well, it was because of the situation at hand that it was given as a gift. But I'm now in a situation where I don't need it, and it's very valuable. So I would feel bad, just like, all right, someone else take this. So I'll probably actually have Takashi go back to the store and give back the tuning fork with plane shift.
Yep.
Also, Rose, do you want the tiara?
No, not really.
The
I think
better.
I think you should keep that. It suits you.
Uh-huh. You want to trade? You want to trade crowns?
That's true. You probably are still wearing the crown from the puppet.
Man, but this is mine.
Fine. Alright.
Also, technically, I'm not there anymore because Rose left because they don't do
That is
goodbyes.
True. Alright. So yeah, Takashi will just run to the store at some point and give it back and thank him for letting him borrow it, but not having to use it.
Manon is grateful at the consideration. He is happy that you didn't have to use it and is incredibly intrigued by whatever you may say that gives him the impression that you're capable of doing this now without said object.
I don't need that stuff.
Fine,
But he
you
doesn't
know,
press too hard. He seems very interested, more from an academic standpoint than anything else.
What do you
Yeah.
mean you don't need a tuning fork?
you just talk with the right people, do a few trials, ski down a hill, and then at the end of it all, you can just kind of do it.
That sounds like something out of an adventure novel. I don't think it's for me. Nope. But I do appreciate this. Hands it back. It was from when he was an adventurer and was considering breaking free and kind of going to places beyond the material plane, but opted instead that wasn't the life for him.
Yeah, because those things are like ridiculously expensive, and I'd feel bad just giving that away.
I'm also really glad it wasn't the life for him because we have gotten so much good shit from that man.
Right.
He definitely chose the right path and was blessed along the way.
Is he like a multi-millionaire now?
No, I mean, he was literally blessed. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Don't ask questions.
Oh yeah, by Mistra. Yeah.
Does that still work?
Their
Now that-
power doesn't seem to have faded.
Okay.
Aureus had a tattoo done with Lorena recently, and her ability
works,
still
okay.
seems like it's there. Magic is still kind of wibbly wobbly, but
You should probably
well,
tell him to be careful with higher level magic. One of like the only other people that we know that casts higher level magic.
they only cast up to 6. He's
Okay.
only got up to 6th level.
I thought he was 7.
Not
Good looking
fine.
out, but no, he doesn't. Because the highest thing, when Mia asked him to show her what he was capable of doing, he made Aerith dance with Otto's irresistible dance because it was the best spell he had.
Got it. Okay.
Poor Aerith.
I know. I'm so sorry. I feel so bad sometimes. But Ken, as you kind of drop off the dishes and turn, sees Emmeline's leading Oni and Takashi out, and kind of like watch as they go and look over and see Aerith and Aureus and Eidos still kind of just talking quietly around the table and gathering up their plates and dishes. What is on the docket for the Wanderers of Starlight? Not their interns, but the actual Wanderers
The
of Starlight.
Wanderers.
What are you guys doing today? Are you going
shit.
to the Dale today? Are you
Well,
crafting? What's the plan?
Well, yeah. Make the bag.
Yep.
Today. I guess. Well, shit. I don't want to like infuse it with magic through the night. That would mean Ken doesn't get sleep, and I need my sleep.
what's the worst that could
Oh.
happen? You're fully healed.
You can make a con save against your sleeplessness. It's fine.
I don't
You
want to
got
risk
con
getting
for
in that
days.
one.
What's the worst that
We
could
got
happen?
you physically can't unless you can nat one twice because you guys have daily inspirations. Remember, do not forget that.
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming Eidos and Aureus do not have that.
Unfortunately, no. I wanted to, but there's no narratively good way
fine.
to give it to him. But it will help Takashi and Oni in their trials abroad.
Terrifying.
Oh, you're telling me. All right. So, Ken, since you seem to be the one that has a to-do list today, you're going to spend. How are you going to make the bag mundanely, or are you going to use fabricate?
See,
Because that was like the two options. You can shave a couple hours off of the work process by using fabricate, or you can just build it mundanely.
I'll just use fabricate. Just try to save a little bit of time.
All right, so let's see. I'd say given the day, you'd probably get to bed about midnight, but you'd be able to have it infused with a level of magical defense against heat and like the elements, the same kind of like magical protection that most items that are enhanced bear just innately as you infuse it with a simple mana circuitry and protective like abjuration spell. It'd be late evening, like I said, but you'd be able to get your rest tonight and be ready to go for tomorrow. But it would probably take most of your day.
I was about to say,
Well-
could I meditate first before?
Yeah.
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 I was gonna. I mean, well, not first, because I want to try to knock it out as soon as possible. But as soon as I'm done, meditate, then go to bed.
Perfect. So that is what Ken is working on today as he heads into the guild hall to find a space to work in and to enchant within. Rose, do you have anything you want to get done today, or are you just...
was trying to think.
Because you wanted to shop too, Ken. So if you, I'll tell you, you can get the meditation, the shopping, and if you don't, if you use Fabricate, you'll have time to do everything. You can spend an hour shopping, an hour meditating, and get the
Yeah,
bandolier made.
I already knocked off my level 4 spell slot. So
Cool. Okay. All right. So sorry. Did you have anything, Rose?
They're just gonna kind of fuck around town. They haven't been in town for longer than like 10 minutes in a long time.
Okay.
So I guess I want to do my work with Snar.
Okay. So as Rose heads to the training field, is anybody else doing their morning training?
Yes, but I have a question.
Mhm.
Because I know it's going to be a while for both like the training that I want to do, but also because it ties into the level. Could I start training something that's like a follow up without like you? Because I want to grab that when we level up next. I know it's going to be a while, but I already planned for what that is. Can I start working on like the movements and the follow up thing for it now? Because that's going to take a while. I know that's a big one.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be fine. Because like technically that feat that you would take at the next level up is what you're working towards right now through your adventuring. So you're just sort of adding on to that training. I think that'd be fine.
Okay.
So that's a charisma roll, I think, for me. Great. Good roll.
Now, because you got to do it. How much is the thing for the Fury of the Frost Giant? Because I know, like I said, I know it's going to be a big one.
Let me look it up.
Because it's one of those like half feet sort of deal. Because
Mhm.
it increases that, and then also has a buff. So
Okay. Let's call it. Looking at it and kind of like building the training in my head right now. Okay. And let's call it 335. And it's going to be con based.
okay. All right, my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you
Figured
could.
I'd ask.
No.
Yeah, that's the game. So as
Yeah,
Rose heads out back,
gave me a second to think of what I wanted to do.
right, begins their training with Zanar. Eodos heads out into the field, but you don't take to the training with Rose. You kind of return into that same mind state that you had been when you first got into the Shadowfell, that place you had to find. And as you sit and meditate, you remember the missions, the things you've gathered, the things you saw within those streams of light, lives, and death. And as you kind of meditate on it, you can feel as it's resonating within something, or resonating with something within you that wasn't there before. Something that has taken root and is growing. And you can go ahead and roll me your con. Okay.
Excellent.
Powerful start. Powerful start.
Powerful start.
Right.
So it's 1d6 for both of you.
Cool.
I think Aerith probably would do his training.
Awesome. Good job. High five.
You're
Rose and
doing
Iedo. Back
This
at
is
it again.
this is exactly why I was thinking. Maybe he'll let me get started early.
Yeah. So, Aerith has been working on his cartomancy. I'm just going to roll him an int check. Of course I did. Of course I did.
Hell yeah, dude. Get our boy his
Get
cartomancer.
him.
So, I mean,
He's been training
technically,
a long time.
he would have to roll max on this.
You could do
but
it.
He technically could do it.
I believe in you.
Can do it.
Aw.
Besides all that
almost.
Still
ones, that was
good,
pretty
though.
close.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's basically half and half, so
Right.
can't complain too much about that.
Yeah. Aerith heads to the book dimension, spending his first hour in there, practicing his cartomancy and inscribing his rune work into the cards, while Eodos meditates outside. You can hear the labored efforts of Rose as they're maneuvering with this massive sword that they now carry on their back. This huge, tapered greatsword that is, it seems to be made almost of platinum light and is ensheathed in these deep green vines that kind of wrap around it with little rosebuds that pop here and there. The same vines you've seen, sprawling up Rose's right arm and into their shoulder. This long, like, nest of deep green and thorns with these tiny little, like, red roses, one or two on their arm. And while you watch, you swear you can hear another voice going, "Yes, now pivot. Okay. Now put your weight into your hips. Just like that. Nope, no, you've got. No, I said your hips, not your stomach."
Excuse, it's my hips.
Aureus, what are you doing?
And I start working on a feat.
Mhm.
So technically I want to work on resilient. However, for the chosen stat, I can't max it past what it is. So I guess I'm only getting half the effect. So
Okay.
could that make it go faster?
It can, yeah.
Okay. I want to get resilient in my constitution.
Okay. Okay, so that'll also be a con save. Or not con save, a con check. Try to think of the best narrative way, and God, it's silly, but I think I'm gonna do it this way.
Come over here, train with me, because Eodos is using that frost dragon to like really lower the temperature.
Okay.
It'll help you build up that resistance, that con.
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
work. I had another idea too, but we'll go with the.
You're gonna have
No. I
Rose swing
definitely like your ideas better so far.
So as he comes over, you walk out into the yard and you can see Eodos kind of meditating, these waves of cold kind of emanating around him. You see Rose in the distance training with a great sword, and you have that same kind of thought that you don't remember them fighting martially like this. And on top of that, the fact that they left not to go bug Chad, not to go into town and
Not yet.
mess with anybody, but they left and immediately found martial training. I think that stands out a little bit to Aureus as well, to show maybe they weren't kidding when they said they were at war for 7 years.
I didn't think she was lying, but I just didn't know the context.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. I guess that instead of not thinking they were kidding, it offers more insight into the meaning behind what they said. But you sit down next to Eodos, and since you actually beat your first good training, yeah. So that would be 3d6. As you sit down, you have a little vial in your bag that you've been kind of like holding on to for this reason. You know that your body following your resurrection has been kind of a process, getting it back to its normal state. And on top of that, pushing what you're capable of is important. You already are pretty hardy, so finding a way to increase your constitution is difficult. Do you guys know the line in Princess Bride with the iocane powder? Just taking a little bit of poison every day
Build up immunity.
just to help build up that immunity. And since you're only getting half points of it, it'll be 260 to get the feat. But you sit within that cold, kind of let the chill wash into you, into your scales, into your bones, through your blood. It chills you down to, not to your bones, but like all the way. But it's cool, and you find yourself shivering and then having to kind of force yourself not to, and you feel that kind of queasiness, and you just find yourself retreating to the tenets of Ilmater. You endure the suffering in stoic silence and make progress.
As soon as Rose is done, they'll stop and like panting a little bit and just look over, see Eidos and Orius just like sitting on the ground doing something, and they'll go over to them and like leaning in real close, like getting Eidos' face. So as soon as he opens his eye, they're like right there.
As you get within about 10 feet, temperature drops a solid 15 degrees.
That sucks, but I'm committed.
Okay. You're just standing there, though?
Yep.
Okay. You sense approach and something on your periphery, Eidos. You know you're somewhere safe, and you're pretty prescient. You could probably follow the footsteps to know what's going on. What do you do?
When he opens his eye, he's just gonna But obviously it's just a joke. It's not really scary.
What you doing?
Working on some cold training. Something I'm trying to do. It's gonna take a long time, but
Interesting.
I got a little sneak peek at something out in the Shadowfell.
Something that makes you cold?
Something that'll help me with the cold.
If you can emanate cold, aren't you like already resistant to it?
Well, that's this. It kind of adjusts the cloak where you can see the gem that Ice Dragon's organ became. That's this. I'm not doing that,
Right.
but I'm trying to do something that lets me do that.
So without the cloak, by yourself.
Sort of. Kind of like wavy hand, like yes and no.
Alright, interesting. You're just not usually
You'll see. It'll be further down the line. Like I said, this is long-term thinking. You'll see eventually.
I'll see you eventually. You're just not usually so reserved during training session.
All our spell
I don't
become more aggressive. All our melee become more reserved and calm.
Right.
Yeah, I don't really have my foot in the door with the cold, unfortunately. I got the heat on lock, but the other direction not so much. So I kind of Trust me,
Oh no. The blender.
Oh no.
The blender. I heard
Cheap
trust me.
spirit talks to us again.
love.
I heard that. Sort of.
Kinda.
Are you back or are you still roboting?
There's no way.
Hmm.
Still roboting.
Give it a second. I need to use the bathroom.
Break for bathroom. And hopefully fixing robot.
All I can do is test to see if it stops.
I caught some of that, but not a lot.
Love to hear.
Well, that one came
Love
through.
to hear.
And then it went back to robot. Oh. I'm sorry, man. I don't know. Like last time when you reset it, it seemed to help a lot. I don't know if you want to try that again or.
I'm back.
Hello. I think
Okay.
Earth is resetting his hotspot again.
Okay. It helped last time.
Right? That's what I said.
Mhm.
And then he disappeared, so I assumed so.
Why, internet?
Right. Why can't you just work?
Maybe if we all just want it hard enough, that tree will just uproot itself and walk away.
Alright, what about now?
Get
That's
struck
better.
by the lightning and disappear.
Alright. No, all I'll say was it'll get to a point where I have to start swinging. It's just not yet. I gotta get that foundation.
Okay. I mean, if you need a training buddy, apparently this is what I'm doing now. And they, like, leaning a little bit on the sword, kind of, like, gesture to it.
And you are making wonderful progress, Paladin.
I can never tell if you're being serious or, like, sarcastic.
I am never sarcastic.
It sounds like sarcasm. You're just too... I don't know. It's too serious to be serious. Does that make sense? No. Yeah, whatever.
It just sits in silence. It's like, you literally met me. How could you not expect this?
That's kind of fair. But was that for realsies? That whole thing was kind of confusing, to be honest.
I was not myself before, and am myself now. That was me. In truest form.
But you're happier being the sword?
I serve the duty set forth with pride and joy.
Is a sword.
I fell in the effort to uphold my duty and protect this world, and have been given another chance. I will not scorn it, nor will I be upset by the current state of things. I am happy to be who and what I am, and I am happy to be wielded by a paladin of noble character.
Not a paladin. Bard.
You
Whatever.
fight for the good of all. You wield sword and steel and magic. You are a paladin.
Rose just kind of sighs and puts their other hand, like, wipes it down their face. Just, okay. So yeah, this is what I've been up to.
Talking
guess.
to yourself.
No, you guys can hear Zanar, like
Okay.
100%. He speaks out loud, yeah.
He does now.
Snickersnack used to speak in Rose's head, but
And Ken's.
Zanari Knock speaks to everybody.
Oh god, there's someone that can annoy Rose.
Yeah. By being completely just forthwith and serious.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
That's a good counter to you.
So Ken, as you find a place to kind of set up your workbench, you take out the materials that you know you're going to need in order to make this. And gauging by the mundane nature of it, it's easy to procure from Hendir at the front counter, the leathers and little bits of iron and things you'll need. Setting them out on the table, you flip open your journals, kind of reference your schematics, your sketches, getting the image clear in your mind from every angle, every perspective, kind of even the insides of the pockets, making sure that you have everything visualized. You go through it all, set out the tools and devices necessary to cast Fabricate, and over about 10 minutes, cast your spell. The object manifests out of a flash of arcane energy and a pile of leather and metal, and within moments after the activation, you look down at the mundane but beautifully crafted assault pack that you have been designing. Did you want to get to work on the enhancement now, or did you have other things you want to do before you do that?
I mean, like I said, the only thing I really had in mind was just get it in the bag ready, get the potions, and infuse the bag with magic, and then like I guess like right as I'm done, I'll meditate.
So you finish up the crafting of it and can still hear in the distance. I guess actually you probably wouldn't be able to hear it from here, but you finish up the crafting of the assault pack and like head out back, seeing your allies in meditation and training. What do you do for the next 45 minutes or so?
Well, I guess
You just get started?
Yeah, I guess I'll just go ahead and knock out the meditation here.
Okay. You sit with Eodos and Aureus?
Well, I'll just chill together here.
Yeah,
Literally,
That'd be-
because Eidos is
yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
that'd be neat and funny.
Okay. As you pop your head out, you can still see Rose not struggling, but exerting effort. Swinging a big, great sword around and pivoting your body, using it correctly. It's tricky. And they have been getting better. You see Boreas and Eodos sitting kind of in the grass about 30 or 40 feet away from Rose. Just quiet. The grass kind of surrounding them looks dew-covered. And as you approach, you step within that 10-foot radius around Eodos, and you can feel the temperature drop a good 15 degrees or so. And given the current weather, right now it's the equivalent of late May, and you guys are in a pretty southern city-state on the river. So you're near humidity, and where you are is pretty high elevated, as Erebor is up on tiers, so there's wind. But today is just one of those kind of low wind days that just the air kind of just seems to flow a little bit along the river, but it just sort of kind of miasmas in the city. The smell of a medieval city kind of filling the air around you. And the thought of sewer systems once again kind of peeks its way into your head before you recompartmentalize and sit down next to Eodos. Go ahead, roll me your training.
I just realized my birthday is in a week.
In game or in real life?
In game.
Ken's or yours?
Ken's.
Ken's. Wow. Really? It's 5/31 was his birthday?
6/1.
6/1.
I didn't even think about when Rose's birthday would be.
Rose doesn't really know.
Yeah.
Well, keep that in mind. It's 5/24.
Nice.
Inspiration.
We know,
Just go ahead and put that bone to good use.
we know Rose's mom and dad now. We could literally just go ask when your birthday is.
Well, putting that inspiration to good use.
That is fair. That is fair.
You guys met them as a baby. You can just do reverse math, right?
I'm not gonna do that one. We can't do
Better.
that.
That is better. Let's see. Where's my notes for your training? Okay, so that's 2d6 as you sit down and kind of.
Flash of genius, actually.
Okay. So it's 18.
18.
For...
I need to get this feat done.
So that's 3d6. That gets you an extra d6.
Oh God.
Hey, it got you that 5. It doubled what your roll would have been. And as you sit down, the cold around you, the kind of gentle breathing that you can hear from Eodos and Aureus, just being back in the guild hall, you find yourself feeling almost like home. And while within this cold, your mind drifts more than you want it to. You're trying to focus on something very important, very fundamental to who you are, and it's complicated sometimes. It's difficult to really grab the snake by the tail. And surrounded by the cold, you find yourself kind of drifting, and then you shake your head, remembering what you had just endured and the blessings given to you and the things that Helm had told you, and you refocus your efforts, redoubling that force of will into honing and hardening that part of yourself. But it's still kind of distracting. The cold isn't unwelcome, and honestly, just hanging out this close to Eodos makes up for it. But there's something about it that just keeps drawing you back to the present, and then you have a flash, a moment of inspiration and genius, and you shift it and begin to focus on a part of that gift that does focus around the cold, the silver side. And you find the progress comes easier, and you finish your meditations to open your eyes and realize that you missed the first half of the conversation with Rose and Eodos, but you kind of snap back into consciousness and reality right as they were finishing up joking around.
Almost lost it there, but take what I can get.
Please don't.
Not as in me accidentally transforming again. I mean, like losing my train of thought.
Okay.
You know, like
Are you sure?
yes, I know better.
Eh. Do you?
Yes.
If you say
Speaking
so.
of knowing better, I saw your form walking up.
Huh?
You gotta use your core a little bit more.
Eh.
Gotta use those hips.
Off. I was using my hips.
No, the core, not your
Not
hips.
very well.
What do you know?
Pivot with your hips.
Hey.
Sorry.
What it is? Well, then which is it? Hips or no hips?
Yes.
Yes.
God damn it.
It's a combination of both. You need to pivot with your hips, and when you strike, tense your core.
Well, it's hard. You're heavy as hell.
I know, that's why I've been focusing on the pivoting part right now. Core strength will come as you continue to utilize the blade.
Sucks.
I mean, just think how impressed Taz and Thorn will be when you come back with like a 12-pack from all this pivoting.
Super pivot.
Yeah, I've recently learned that. Should I make this joke? I'm gonna make this joke. We're among
it.
friends. I've recently learned that core strength and being having better control and strengthening
Pivoting
your hips.
hips.
Yeah, it helps a lot. Also, water. Water is very important.
During that or during sword training?
Both.
Yes.
Weirdly
Yes.
enough, you also learn about that. Huh.
Yeah, you see, Ken just shake his head, chuckle, and tap all three of the homies on the shoulders, and then I guess starts his shopping.
Have fun boring shopping.
Yeah,
As Ken heads into town, is anybody going to Manon's with Ken?
I need to, because I definitely don't think Eidos has any potions at all.
What? You didn't pick up Shadowfell potions?
You say
I don't
Aureus was
think I
going
would
to?
trust them if they were Shadowfell potions. I'll be honest.
Wait a minute, is it? Actually, Eidos might not be going. Apparently, we must have had some potions before he went to the Shadowfell, because I have some in my inventory right now.
And you didn't
do.
use them?
Wow.
Apparently not.
Yeah, I think
I
I
don't
Damn.
know.
Eidos going
One
on a
common,
no-hit
so-
run in the Shadowfell.
Yeah. Apparently.
It was more like being in prison and having everything taken away from you, and they gave you what you needed and then gave it all back to you at the end. It was probably closer to how it would be that way, because like mechanically you guys spent resources and stuff and didn't use those. So if I take them away from you now, it doesn't seem to make sense. I'd say that the crew you were hunting with always went out well prepared enough that you didn't need to tap into what you had.
Okay, I'm just genuinely surprised. I didn't think I had any potions on Eidos, but apparently, damn, I'm sorry guys. I probably should have left some potions
Held
behind
out.
before I left. Yeah. I got a couple graders of the superior, apparently.
Damn. I didn't know we had any of the superior ones. That's the one that they've been trying to sell us at the store, right?
That's the Supreme.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Supreme.
I would have known if I had a Supreme. You would have 100% had a Supreme when Eidos left if he had one of those.
It would have been stuck to the note. He stuck to the side of it.
Yeah. He would have wrote "Do not die" across the bottle of that Supreme.
Drink in case of emergency.
I mean, Eidos would probably still go with Ken, just so you know,
Mhm.
spend some time with the gang, but he doesn't
Yeah.
really need to get potions.
You're all abandoning me for shopping.
Oh, you're the one staying at the
No.
guild hall.
You're more than welcome to come along. It's not like it'll
That's
just be shopping. You know we always get into stuff. It's the
look.
first time everybody's been together in forever.
You get jumped by bandits on the road.
What?
You're gonna miss out if you don't join us.
Ugh. Fine. We're gonna sit around and like haggle, and this sucks. You better be interesting. Like points at Eidos.
As Rose begrudgingly.
He just kind of shrugs. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm kind of a walking horror show right now. I don't know how that's not interesting enough.
Well, that's normal. We're used to that. But you said if I don't come with, I'll miss out on something. So you better give me something not to miss out on.
Yeah, worries.
I'm not the troublemaker here.
You guys walk through the front office as Rose is saying this, and Chad raises a hand. See you guys soon. Do you want me to tell Aerith that you'll be back?
Sure. Yeah, go
Yeah.
find him.
He'll figure it out.
Nah, I'm sure you
Yeah,
can find him. Don't worry. You stay there, Chad. I'll be back for you later.
His eyes kind of go a little bit wide. He shakes his head. And goes,
Run.
oh, okay. I'm gonna go home at the end of my shift.
Nah, I've got plans. You'll like it. It'll be fun.
Roll me a persuasion check.
I think he will not like it.
26.
26.
Poor Chad.
Chad narrows his eyes. Goes, I don't think I'm gonna like it.
No, just I'll be back.
You guys all head out the door as he looks at Ken and gives you like a kind of half panicked nod, and the rest of the crew goes out the door. You cross the city, and walking through the streets does draw the attention that you would expect from someone clad in ghostly affectations, as the people tend to kind of give you guys a little bit of a berth.
We probably all look fucking crazy and scary, to be honest.
You're all
Just
unique
from
in a
you,
very
probably.
different directions. Yeah, like Ken, are you wearing your armor, Ken?
No, default outfit. Black shirt,
Yeah. So Ken
Craftsman
probably
pants.
looks
You're still a
the
weird half
most
dragon,
normal.
though.
Yeah, sans the half dragon, but half dragons and dragonborn are not unusual. Aureus is well known, and it seems like his presence here almost has a calming effect on some of the people. They look at Eidos and their eyes go wide, and then they see Aureus walking shoulder to shoulder and like laughing alongside him, and they realize, oh, okay, well, that's a man of the cloth. That can't be a demon, right? That can't be a demon. Cross the city and approach the front entrance to Give Me Wings to Fly, Manon's store here within Erebor. You push through the double glass pane doors to see Nina sitting at the counter about 30 feet in as she finishes like boxing up a small package of potions for another customer. She hands and goes, and just remember, you don't want to drink them all at once. You might make your stomach upset. Just one a day until it all heals up. And the customer just sort of nods. And she looks past and goes, oh, well, there are some faces I haven't, well, actually. Thinking, running through chronology head.
It's been a while, I'm sure.
I think
Timeline check.
Rose is the only one that she hasn't seen in a while. Because you never went to Manon's last time you were here, right, Rose?
I don't know. I don't think
I don't
so.
think so.
No.
Well, there There is a face I have not seen in a while, and a couple of faces I've only seen again just recently. Come on in. Please, how can I help you all today? She'll bring the
Nina?
4 of you over to her.
Hey, Miss Nina. We're gonna need fire resistance potions.
Oh, okay. I believe. Let's see.
So I had to change it up today.
Yes. I mean, I know we had redoubled some efforts into healing potion production after your last purchase. Let's see, how many of these do we have? Okay. I had to figure out the rarity.
Oh, I know we talked about this a while back, because, with... So, item plus resistance from another source equals temporary immunity, correct?
Only certain sources, like the
Okay,
sword.
so if I drink a potion,
And
then use absorb elements.
let me look. It unfortunately still just grants you resistance. So it wouldn't increase that. It would just give you you could then turn that element back and deal damage with it.
Okay, I got you.
I think.
I just want to make sure I want to make sure I got the right info in my brain.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to, because I know it's been a minute, trying to remember how.
I know there was like one instance where we got immunity doing that, but it was for a very specific reason, and I don't remember why.
Right.
Wasn't it because of the mask?
Yeah,
well,
the mask was one of them, and Zinar is another one because of the same,
Yeah.
like,
principal.
yeah.
Oh, I think it was Robert. He drank a potion, and then something to do with his rage also gave him immunity to something, or like a quarter resistance. I know there was an instance where he had some like funky resistance thing.
You could do a quarter. I could do a quarter. Like, if you use the absorb elements, it would drop it down to a quarter. It wouldn't be full immunity.
I'll take it.
That seems like a good compromise for the power level we're at. Okay. As Nina looks down, kind of flips through her papers that it looks like is an ongoing inventory of the entire store here. We have 4 potions of fire resistance currently available. They are market priced at 300 gold pieces each.
So that's one for me. One for Arif.
think-
One for
I think
August.
you're the
One
the
for
only one that can
you.
benefit from that right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
you hear Eric go, "My armor gives me fire resistance."
Yeah, and
You're not
I
here. Get
got
out of here.
natural 4 in my armor, so I got it. So
So okay,
And
so just the
Gold
one.
Dragonborn.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Just the one.
All right.
I mean, you might want to buy 2 because we might have to fight through multiple things.
yeah, being that we're going into the Dale of Fire, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have multiple. I just
Yeah.
meant you could hold on to all of them. You didn't have to give them to us.
because they only
Okay.
last for an hour.
Right.
Oh yeah. So
And we're gonna be in there forever.
3,
A
6,
little while.
9, 12. 4 potions? I
You would
seem, because obviously I'm going to be using one for you know who, and I guess 3 for us getting through
Ambience.
whatever else comes after.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay. Yep.
All
So
right.
4 fire resistance potions, please, Miss Nina.
Okay.
Get my calculator.
There we go. And what else are we looking for today?
I guess Ken will look back and just give like a look, like do y'all want to check something out? I got what I need.
I'm just here for a good time, as I was
Same.
promised.
I just tagged along because I hadn't seen you guys in a little while.
Actually, I do have a question. This is out of character. For some of my spells, it doesn't consume the object. So, like Holy Aura, I need a reliquary. Would my arm wraps count as that? It doesn't consume it. I just need it. A tiny reliquary worth at least 1,000 gold pieces. It can be a
Yeah.
scrap of cloth from a saint's robe, etc.
Yeah,
etc.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, I think your divine wraps can fill that need.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I have like 5 or 6 different spells. It's like you need a golden reliquary or a reliquary of some kind, a holy object.
Now I'm looking at the spell.
Yeah, it's same with like summon celestial. I need a reliquary. So hard to say. Pretty much a holy object.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I will let you all look around for a moment. Let me go grab those potions for you, Ken, and I'll be right back. She pushes herself up from the table, goes into the back. Is there anything else anybody was looking for? Or are you guys just on an adventure?
Yep, I got what I needed.
Do we need more diamonds?
Oh, yeah,
Good.
actually, I have a 500 gold piece diamond already. I'd rather not shave that down into a
Okay.
300.
I have 1,000 gold piece diamond.
Damn.
It's a big diamond.
And apparently I have 5 100 gold piece diamonds. I don't know if
So
those
I
can
guess
be
you're
brought
set.
back.
Those are for greater restoration.
Oh, greater restorations. Okay.
Yeah.
For the 100.
Yeah, so it's 100s for the greater, 300 for revivify, 500 for raise dead, and 1,000 for resurrection.
Gotcha. And I have a jewel encrusted bowl, but that's for something else.
I guess we could go to like a jeweler and
Give
grab
me all your diamonds.
like
Emphasis
one or-
on gifts. We're not paying.
No, don't turn evil now. It would be such a hard pivot. I would never be able to pull the campaign back onto the rails.
Arius would be so mad. He would fight you all.
yeah, I guess we can stop
You were
at a
the
jeweler
chosen
store
one,
and
Anakin.
see if they got any like you get like 1 or 2 200 300 gold diamonds.
All right, well then just to kind of narratively fast forward that, Nina comes back with the potions. Are you guys going to try to haggle her down? Or are you going to pay the market price?
Nope.
No, I'll pay proper.
I can say, Rose, this is why we brought you.
Nope.
Haggle.
Okay. As she hands over the potions, do you pay out of pocket or using the guild tag?
Guild tag.
Alright.
I still don't have pocket money.
You hand her the guild tag, which she presses against the arcane paper, taking the imprint of the 80085 identifying number of the Wanderers of Starlight from the Guardians of the Sword Coast. She then hands you the potions, and all right, well, if there's anything else that we can do, please just stop on by. We do have alchemists currently focused entirely on healing potions. Should we be shifting gears at all, or
Nope. Keep doing what you're doing. We appreciate your hard work. But have maybe have some lightning resist potions at the ready. For later.
Understood. That'll be in the future. She takes out a little scrap piece of paper and writes down lightning resistance potions. I'll pass that on to Mr. Manon and see if he can instruct them to shore up our supply. I wish you all the best of luck and hope to see you all here soon. Smiles and raises one hand and waves.
Rose
Thanks
will
again, Miss.
hang back while everybody leaves.
As they turn and walk the 30 or so feet, you hang back. She kind of like looks up to you. Yeah, was there something that you needed, Rose? Anything I could help you with?
It's been a while since we've seen you. I just wanted to hang out and talk.
But why?
An
Signed.
old
And Rogue's
friend
like, I just
can't
want to talk.
talk with someone that we've been dealing business with for the past how many
Yes,
months?
we've been dealing business, but we've never talked or even really gotten to know each other.
Well, exactly. Isn't that a damn shame?
Again, I ask myself and you, why?
Rose is waiting for everybody else to leave.
As you guys get to the door, you know, push it open, head out, but you realize there's only 3 of you.
God damn it. Yes. Ken will like peek back in. See Rose is attempting to talk to Miss Nina. And just shakes his head and it's like, you better meet us back at the guild. You know where to meet us back at. And then he'll walk back out and head towards the jeweler.
I think your friends might be leaving. You don't want to get separated from them, don't you?
I know where they're going. It's fine.
Wonderful.
Okay.
I like how Rose has this reputation in the town.
She just smiles at you. Goes, all right, well, very well. I have a job to do, so if you want to join me, sit right there and we can talk about whatever it is you want to talk about. But I have a customer, and she raises one hand, and somebody in the distance sees her, and I have a customer that I need to go and assist. So if you want to talk, let's go. You could just follow her around Menats
No.
if you want.
I mean, I am here to make a purchase.
She like half steps and stops, and then looks back at the nobleman who kind of flagged her down with his eyes, and she just gives him like that little like one moment, and turns to you and goes, "What can I help you with today?"
How much is the big potion?
Oh, Supreme Potion of Healing. It is 20,000 gold pieces.
How much
Oh.
for friends?
Actually, hold on.
I thought it was 12,000.
It was 12. It was 12. Yeah,
Okay.
I got the numbers mixed up in my head. Roll me
Either
a
way.
persuasion check.
Jesus.
26. Rolling good today.
26. She kind of narrows her eyes. I could offer it to you for 9.5.
Hmm.
She stops and kind of like, are you serious about wanting to purchase it?
It's been on the shelf for so long. You guys have had it since we started.
Yes,
I'm
well,
sure
it is
before that.
a very potent healing item. It was set up as a kind of... No, it wasn't. No one ever expected it to be sold.
Wouldn't Manon like to move his merchandise?
He would. And she kind of like moves around and takes the like case off of the little like plinth that it's on. And the thing's about like 6 inches in diameter. It's not a small potion. It's pretty big because it's a big freaking healing potion. She sets the kind of glass box down on the table. And she sits down behind her desk and flips over some pages. I mean, if you're serious, we absolutely. I think this would definitely assist. And
Mhm.
if there were ever any that I feel I could make use of it, it would be you and yours.
Right. What about 6,809 gold?
That's a very specific number. Why?
That's what I'm offering.
She kind of like... I'm gonna insight check you again. Roll me another persuasion.
Okay.
She kind of like looks down at the pages, looks over at the potion.
There we go. 32.
God damn. Is that all the money you have on your person right now?
It's all the money we have in our guild bank. Minus 1 gold.
Just emptying our coffers.
Kind of looks at you. She looks over at the potion again. She looks back out the door. She's been trying to read you, and you were pretty upfront at the beginning. Like, the first persuasion check, she rolled a natural 19, and definitely could see that you were interested, but she can't tell the reason, the real reason. There's so many reasons. You said 6,800
And 9 gold.
and 9 gold. Don't think I could do it for less than 7,500. Do you have anything in trade value?
Alright. Yeah, I can make up the last of it with my own personal money.
I can do 75.
Sure.
Kind of like looks at you, narrows her eyes again. This isn't some malicious trick you're playing, is it?
Me?
Not
Malicious
on
tricks?
you.
I don't know what you're talking about, Nina.
Closes her eyes, holds out her hand. All right, 7,500 gold pieces.
So that 75 minus 689. So 691 from mine and my guild tag.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you hand her the 69 platinum and 1 gold. Nice.
Nice.
Kid's gonna get declined at a payment somewhere and be like, "What the fuck?"
I'm so sorry. I mean, you guys got the Supreme Potion of Healing as she takes the tag and presses it against the bill of sale, and there's that arcane flash. She kind of nods and goes, "All right, well, the funds are there, so I suppose
Perfect.
this is yours." And she like removes the top, the glass case from it. She has to like take out like a little key and unlock the bottom of the
So
display
fancy.
box. Well, we didn't want anyone stealing it, now did we?
It would have been a fun challenge, but couldn't do that to you guys. Not after all this.
Anytime Rose buys a potion, it's the most expensive one.
She kind of like, she holds it out. She's got her like thumb and forefinger around the neck of it and her hand weighing like the weight of it. She holds it towards you. And then once again, as you say that, she narrows her eyes, takes it back. If this is a trick, it does not bite me in the ass. Understood?
No. It's not a trick. It's just a little bit of payback. But
But it doesn't
at
bite
the same-
me in the
Nah.
ass.
it has nothing to do with you. Like I said, you guys have been nothing but great to us. And I'm serious about that.
You just got like a whole aura about you right now, my dear, and it's very. You know what? I don't
I'm a
want to know.
little. Hey, if you want to talk, maybe I'll tell you about it.
I don't know if I should know. I think it would be one of those things best left between you and yours. Our business is concluded. I appreciate your patronage here, and I will inform Manon that we will need to work on replacing our Supreme Potion of Healing. as we now have an empty display plinth.
So that's, I mean, you finally sold it, and you finally have the space, and you're just gonna replace it with another one that you're never gonna sell? Really?
What would you suggest we put up there?
I don't know. I mean, does it have to be a potion? Can it be like a really cool item?
Do you have something that we could put up there?
I got the tuning fork back.
I don't think he wants to sell that. Do I have anything interesting? I mean, we have a bunch of garbage that we've found across all of our travels. I'm just saying, like, it's kind of weird that you finally sold this one after how many years, and then you're just gonna make another one and go
I
through the
will
whole thing
pass
again?
the insight along and leave it up to the owner of the shop to decide. I don't think he ever really expected anyone to meet the price tag, as the only people with that deep of pockets are either crazy and not willing to pay that much money to keep themselves alive, or noblemen and have no need for such
And
things.
yeah,
But
what do they need potions for?
I understand what you're saying, and perhaps we'll put up a nice...
Tell him to make something really crazy. Some sort of like arcane potion, but not a healing potion, something out there.
narrows her eyes.
More fun that way.
Right. All right, well, I'm going to go and assist my other customers. I will pass all of your insights along. Definitely bears consideration. Please take care out there.
Offer for talk and drinks is still open. It would be fun.
I have a store to run. It's
Not
the
all
middle
night, you
of the
don't.
day.
Come find me later. Yeah. Alright, bye.
Kind of just watches as you turn and go, and you hear, huh. And then she goes to help her other customer.
Put that in my bag and just put their hands in their pockets and walk out whistling.
Okay. As the rest of you head out into the city, you realize Rose isn't there. Ken, you pop your head back in and can see them conversing with Nina. You shout at them to catch up to you at the guild hall. Where are the three of you heading?
Well, I was going to the store to get jewels.
I mean, you still can. You got to find out some way that we don't have money now.
That's true. That's true.
Yep. So I
You're
guess
gonna
we're
buy
still
is
going to
like,
the jeweler.
sorry, your card has been declined.
Roll me an
Enos,
investigation.
Enos is gonna pat Ken on the shoulder. I want to go because I don't remember how far along it was. I want to go see about the tubes.
Okay. God, I haven't.
Right? I couldn't remember. I can't remember how far, what we were doing, where. So go get an idea, because I mean, Enos also has his own money, so he's. I don't know how expensive it'll be, so he might not be able to do it, but he's not thinking I got to put it on the guild tab that's not there anymore.
Oops.
Oops.
Oh no.
Dang, if only I was still treasurer.
And nobody deauthorized the purchases on any of the other tags. Oh no.
This one's on Ken. He knows exactly what kind of person Rose is.
Is it my old notes?
They argued way too hard about keeping the key. There was obviously going to be some consequences when that didn't just get thumbs up immediately.
Oops.
All broke.
Okay. That was your Eldritch Claw tattoo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It looks like it got fully upgraded.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah. But if you wanted to go talk to Nina, you could. But it from
Lorena.
my notes, it's got the Lorena. Sorry, you're right.
Yeah, because I know we added the extra charge, the extra damage, and it got blur tapped in. I just didn't know.
Yeah, so it was like the first one extended the range. The second one added flat damage. The third one increased that damage. The fourth one gave it additional charge, and the fifth one was blur.
Gotcha. Okay.
So Ken, as you take to the city, you've purchased diamonds here before, and you know that it can kind of be hard to find the right ones for Revivify and Raise Dead, as they have to be of like a sufficient arcane quality to facilitate that spell work. You do find a jeweler who recently came into a handful of Revivify grade gems. He has 4 that are 300 gold pieces each. How many of them were you going to try to buy?
I mean, I was just gonna get like 300 gold diamonds.
Okay.
I was trying to overstep.
So
'Cause
as
obviously
you
we're gonna try our best to prevent any deaths, So
step into the jeweler, kind of the bell jingling against the door, you walk in and can see the small old gnomish man sitting on like a booster seat, like a high seat behind a counter with one of those big jeweler loops on. He's sitting there just working at it. You inform him what you're looking for, and he nods. Ah, yes, I have exactly what you're talking about. 1 second. Had some adventurers come in, and he hops down and goes, traded these in for mundane jewels, apparently. They don't trust gold anymore. They're trying to hoard valuables. And he pulls out this like little baggie, puts it down. I've got 4. Ah, so you're looking for, you said 2? All right. Takes them out and sets them aside. All right, well, going price is 300 apiece, so that'll be 600 gold pieces for the 2 diamonds.
all right, yep, that sounds good, sir. Thank you.
All right. Takes your tag, takes out the little bill of sale with that arcane paper that you've seen kind of floating around at all the different shops here within Eriabor. This kind of unique advancement in technology here within this small riverside city. And as he presses it down against the paper, you're used to that little flash of arcane light. And this time, the light flashes, and he furrows his brow. And it's saying that your guild funds are insufficient for this purchase. I'm sorry. He hands the pendant back out towards you.
Wait, what?
Yes, here. And he shows you the piece of paper, and you could see at the bottom where it's got like a little imprint of the shield and anchor icon of the Guardians of the Sword Coast with your 80085 engraving, almost like embossed into the page. And it's glowing, but it's shimmering in every color or every shade of red. The red means not enough. Could be rainbow color, like sparkly.
That's that's impossible.
If you would like, I can set these aside and hold on to them for you. You could run on back to your guild hall, see if we could figure out what's going on. I'll be here until probably about 7 o'clock this evening.
Yes. Thank you. Please, keep them in reserve. I gotta go run back to the guild hall. I gotta figure out what's going on.
Oh,
And then
sounds
Ken
good.
just has like a concerned look on his face as he like power walks out the shop.
All right. I will see you again soon. He looks to Eidos, to Aureus. It's nice to meet both of you. You are very scary. Very scary.
He tries.
Aureus,
I'm not.
Aureus isn't. He's nice.
What do you mean,
I mean,
this
I'm
nice
still
gentleman?
really tall. to be
He's
fair.
reassuring. Even as a cane, somebody with a cane can't be that scary.
Kind
I
of
feel
looks
like a 6'6" tall person with a large cane is still scary.
Kane's reassuring. Kind of like glasses.
That one has a gentle soul. I can tell. I know these things. You're just scary. You're not evil. You're not mean.
You're
I
just
know
scary.
that much. But you're just scary. And he kind of hops down from his seat and grabs his little baggies off the counter. And at this point, all you can see is just like the top of his hair over it. And he tiptoes up and he goes, "But please come back again if you need any gems, jewels, or art, or fancy adornments. I'm more than happy to serve any patrons as long as they're respectful of the rules of the store."
Well, so Kid's already ran off right to go investigate Kid Eodos. Like, can we do a trade? Because I know he wants these for the safety of us, and I would also like to know in the future if I'm unconscious on the verge of death or dying. You know, he can get us back up.
Of course. I'm sorry, I should have asked. He seemed so flummoxed. I thought, yes. Did you want to get the two that he had set aside, or the other two? And how would you like to go? He hops back up onto his seat.
Well, I have this, and he's gonna pull out because I didn't realize, and Eodos in universe didn't realize when he first got him made that it didn't consume them on use. He has 3 vials of ruby dust worth 1,500 each.
Oh.
You don't need them for that spell anymore?
No, they don't get consumed. You just need them to cast it.
Yeah.
I thought they got consumed, so I bought 3 of those fuckers for a lot of gold.
Yeah, I remember when you did.
Now that I'm aware of it, I'm gonna keep 2 of them, but I was wondering if he'd be willing to trade one of them for the diamonds.
Roll me a persuasion check. As you take out the vial
Help him
filled with
his persuasion.
glittering. Yeah, if you want to.
Actually get I get advantage on Eodos.
Oh.
Nice.
Intimidation and persuasion.
Hell yeah.
Kind of as you reach into your armor to find the little vial, he flinches just a little bit, and then he sees the sparklingness, and his eyes go wide, and you place it down on the counter, and he takes out his jeweler's loop. "Oh, this is beautiful. Oh. And it's been already prepared for arcane use? Oh, fantastic. And you're, how many of the diamonds are you looking to trade for?"
How much were each one?
They were 300 apiece.
And how many of them are there?
There are 4.
I mean, if you're willing to take it, I don't need change because this is worth 1,500. I don't know if you like trade in loses value or not, but if possible, I wouldn't mind getting all 4. We kind of die a lot.
You know, no big deal.
You say that, and like one eye seems to be still like just entranced on the vial, and the other eye pops over to you and goes, "Yes, I could see all the ghostliness." Kind of like weighs his head and look back and forth. Yes. I think that would be very fair. This is quite beautiful, and I feel like something like that would be a little easier to flip for the nobles of this town than diamonds. Okay. Let me get those for you. He hops back down, grabs the bags that he kind of put on the counter behind, like down and under. Puts all 4 into one of the little tote baggies and pulls the strap. "If you're good with that deal, I'm good with this deal."
Yeah, I feel like there might be an issue going on that I'm not entirely sure about if I have got declined, so I feel like it might go a long way to smooth things over.
Yes, he definitely seemed concerned over that, so I hope everything's all right.
I'm sure it's fine, but I'd also like the security of knowing if we do die, we have these, and it kind of took the diamonds away into his pack.
Good. Well, again, if there's anything you need, or if you're ever looking for any jewels to be made, or carved down or reshaped, come and find me. He just gives you a wide smile, and
All right, Aureus. I guess let's go see what the deal is.
Honestly,
Okay.
I thought you were just gonna buy the 2, and I was gonna buy the other 2, but this works out great.
Oh, actually, I kind of was so lost in the sauce right there. I'll take the diamonds right back out and hand them to Aureus. I feel like you are better served holding on to these than I am.
All right. I'll probably need to give Ken. I think Ken will get 2. I'll take 2. I think that would be good.
Yeah, I just don't feel like the guy who is going to be in front of things needs to go down
Dying.
with them. Yeah,
Well, I'll probably be in front with you, but that's fine.
All right.
300 gold piece.
4 300 gold piece diamonds.
Perfect.
Rose.
yeah. I feel so bad. I had us waste so much money on those vials in the ruby dust because I thought they got consumed when we had them made. That's why I had 3 of those fuckers made, dude.
Right? I remember you were collecting the stuff that you were going to need to try to like just
Right.
cut the cost as much as you could. Yeah.
Before we leave, does he have a gem encrusted bowl worth 1,000 pieces?
Do you have a super, super fancy dinner bowl?
Roll me a d20.
And you know exactly what I'm looking for.
Kind of like tilts his head. I don't do as much with the arcane usually. Puts up one finger and hops down. He actually has to go like into the back room, and he kind of goes like through this wooden door. It's like a full-size wooden door, but it's got 2 door handles, and he opens the lower door and walks through it. And as he's about to close the door, he pokes his head back out and goes, "Don't steal anything!"
We will.
Walks into the back. He comes out with it's not themed. Like, it's not adorned with any iconography of any specific god or deity or anything, but it is a beautiful, like, platinum and silver chalice bowl encrusted with sapphires and topaz. He goes, "I was sold this a long time ago, and well, I'm not even sure what it's used for, but you are asking for exactly this, so you must know." Places it down. Is this what you'd be interested in?
Yes. How much for it?
1,000 gold pieces.
All right. I shall hand him over 1,000 gold pieces.
I was definitely expecting some haggling. Oh, all right.
I can haggle if you want me to.
No. It's fine. It's fine. I appreciate the straightforwardness of you and your companion. Would you like me to wrap it up in any loose parchment or anything to keep it safe, or?
Yes, I would actually appreciate that.
Ah, very good. I'll go and kind of give it the old gift wrap treatment. Hand it to you. All right. Well, again, I hope everything's all right with your guild and your friend. I hope his day gets better. He definitely seemed to be having a time.
I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure we just a little hiccup in the system, you know.
Yes. It's full of hiccups. As you finish up your shopping there, Rose, where are you going following? Oh,
Oh no, Earth.
Oh,
where are you going following your?
Rose is going to hurry back to the guild hall before Chad can leave.
Okay. Okay. You hurry back to the guild hall, not running, but jogging through the streets and walking at some points through side alleys. You know Erebor pretty well by this point, especially the trip between Manans and the Sword Coast. You head in through the front door, and you can see Chad has his head kind of like in Emmeline's office. You can hear Takashi's voice kind of in the distance. And then you can hear him go, I just gotta go to lunch. I'll be back in it. And then the door opens and he turns around and he looks at you and goes, no, never mind.
No, it's break time. Perfect timing. You have a little bit. They can extend your break, right? I have the best day planned for you right now.
He blinks very, very like deer in headlights, doesn't know how to respond. He seems to be trying to read you. I can't tell if you're being malicious or being sincere or just sarcastic. And he kind of pokes his head back and he goes, Miss M, and you hear, Chad, I'm sorry. You're just gonna have to deal with it. He looks at you. Okay.
Okay, perfect. And they'll come over and hop up on his desk and sit down. Okay,
Okay.
so it's gotta be at least like, it's been like a year since you started working here, right?
No. Kind of like sits down. Maybe a month. I was hired after Mr. Hadrian left
Really? That's it?
to fill Emmeline's role.
No. Okay, that's fine. 1 month anniversary of working with the prestigious Sword Coast Guild. I think that we should go out and celebrate that. What do you say?
Looks at you. Is this a trick?
Why would it be a trick?
I don't know. You kind of have that look in your eye.
What look, Chad? No.
That one. Right
Lean
there.
down like real close to him. And what look is that?
One that makes me feel like I am going to emotionally regret this, but okay. He kind of puts his hands down on the table.
Perfect.
1 month.
1 month
What do you have
anniversary.
planned?
We're gonna go see an old friend first. And then drinks.
Okay. And as he pushes himself from the table, Ken, can you roll me a dexterity check?
A little random, but okay.
As you head out from the jeweler's, you
Yeah, that's about right.
make best speed trying to get back to the Guardians, the Sword Coast Guild Hall. I guess I should say, do you head back immediately, or do you wait for Eidos and Aureus?
I'm headed back immediately. I'm not in the like
That's what
my
it
brain is
sounded like.
yeah. They know where to find me.
Yep. So, as you kind of like barrel through the front gate, your breath still catching in your chest, you hit that front door and swing it open. Where are you leading Chad right now, Rose?
We're going to Lorena's.
Okay. You swing the door open to be greeted with Chad looking concerned and confused, and Rose behind him.
Hello, Ken. Goodbye, Ken. We're busy. And I push him past.
Okay. But he might need my.
Nope.
Just. Okay.
You're
I'll
on
be
break.
back after
Someone's
lunch,
covering.
Ken.
Okay, whatever. I guess I'll just ask Emmeline if she has any idea of what's going on. I guess I'll head back to her office.
Okay. You push past them, kind of like sidling out of the way as the two of them head out the main gate into the city. You're going to Lorena's?
I'm gonna get Chad a tattoo.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Didn't Chad already get a tattoo?
I don't think so. I don't think we've ever brought Chad to Lorena's. He kind of strikes me as the kind of guy who's never had a tattoo before.
That's what you think until he rolls his
Yeah.
sleeves up
Right.
and both arms are covered.
Hey,
Or do
I
you think
don't
he
know.
always wears a long, you know?
To hide that and his gigantic, like, muscled form.
Right? He's just absolutely ripped.
That'd be the
I mean,
funniest thing
how do you
ever.
how do you think he?
Albert for a while?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. How do you think he got the halberd?
Hey, you never know.
I just had to check my notes, but I don't have any notes about Chad getting a tattoo or having been to Lorena's, so here we go. You begin to lead him through the city. He attempts to kind of squirrel away from you a couple of times, and you
Nah,
have
nah.
to grab him like,
I'll link arms with him so he can't go anywhere.
Okay, yeah, that's what he gets. Meanwhile, Ken, you head into the guild hall, kind of like catch your breath in one final gasp and exhale, and knock on Emmeline's door. And you hear, I said you're gonna have to deal with it, Chad. It's gonna be all right. They're harmless.
Chaz on break. It's me, him.
Oh, sorry, Ken. Come on in. Come on in. You open the
Hey.
door.
I got an issue. Went shopping. Pretty sure I had approximately 6,800 gold left in our account.
All right.
Went to a jeweler to buy diamonds for my revivify items, and my tag was declined.
Okay. Looks between Oni and Takashi. He's like, give me just 1 second. Let's go talk to Hendir. He usually keeps track of this stuff. Leads out down kind of the other side of Chad's desk and knocks on the other door, the one that doesn't get harassed nearly as much. And you hear the girl, oh, I was not sleeping. Come on in. I wasn't sleeping. Emmeline rolls her eyes and opens the door. It's all good. Just all that matters is we get the work done. Hey, can you check the records? Looks like Ken seems to have misplaced some guild funds. At least it got declined when he should have plenty. And dear sits up. Just 1 second. Kind of pulls one arm almost entirely out of the socket over his shoulder. All right. It all comes in over here. And he moves over to what looks to be just like a pile of paper. And as he walks over to it, you see a paper manifest in the air and just sort of drift down. Yeah, that's what happens when someone makes a purchase. That one wasn't you. He starts digging through the mound, which is probably about 2 feet wide and about a foot tall.
Yikes.
Emmeline looks at him and goes, you need to organize that. We need to know what's going on. You're right. Here. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. I've got 2 records here today from your guild tags at Manon's. One for what was that first one? That was
1,200.
Fire potions.
1,200. 1,200 gold pieces, which was paid in full. The second one was for 6,809 gold pieces, odd amount, leaving your account with 1 gold piece to spare. And he puts it down. I'm guessing by the look on your face, you didn't make one of those purchases.
6,800 gold.
And 9,
9.
yes. I also have this one, and he kind of flips it around. That shows the decline, but I don't think you need to see that one. And he kind of smiles through the big, bushy beard and like looks up to you. And he's only like up to like waist height on you when he's standing at full height because he's a dwarf. I could tell you who's tag authorized, the bigger one, if that helps. But Emmeline looks between you and him. I think we know.
I wish I could find a gift to describe exactly what Ken is looking like.
Oh no.
Let me.
Does it say what she purchased on the?
Yeah. I guess in between shaking and his eyes closed. To specify what was purchased?
It does. It says that they purchased a. By the gods, they purchased a supreme healing potion, and apparently must have got a pretty good deal for it, or at least, offered some trade value.
I want to
I'm
use one
guessing
of
that
my.
the stunned
I want to.
silence.
I want to use one of my abilities in a slightly different way.
Okay. What are you
I
trying
like
to
the
do?
sound of that.
Using. I don't want to use. I don't want to roar, but
Mhm.
I want to like. I want to like audibly growl as if I'm like in my dragon form, if that makes sense.
Okay. So as the description of what was purchased is told to you, a deep rumbling sound, larger than this building, manifests all around you and Emmeline and Hendir. And Hendir kind of like steps back and goes, "What? Oh, I can't rebuild the guild hall, son! Don't wreck my office, please.
Not again.
Not my office."
I'm fine.
Oh.
I'm okay.
Emmeline kind of steps forward and puts a hand on Hendir's shoulder. I think that'll be enough. We'll take it from here, Hendir. Thank you. Get that
Is
organized by the end of the day, please. He just
I
looks
mean,
at
Can
I got
I
positive though. At least Rose has a potion now.
can I fabric? Is there any more items that I could fabricate to possibly recoup some of the funds used today? I
Oh,
offer my services temporarily.
do you have a 4th level spell slot?
I think I got one more.
Do you have 2?
I used one for the bag, and I
Okay.
got, yep,
I didn't know you had 2. That's pretty dope.
yep, got one more.
I'll tell you what. I've got 3 broken sets of plate mail. You make me a set of plate mail, and I'll add another 1,000 gold pieces to your fund.
It's better than nothing.
Right. Please with me a paper shredder. Could you design something for me that can organize this shit? He'll kind of like turn around and dig through a couple of crates and pull out what looks like a cracked and splintered pauldron that looks like it still has a little bit of caked blood on the underside of it, a chest piece that was punched straight through, and then just mismatched assortment of arm and leg guards and like the folds and stuff that go around your hips. And he looks down at the damage and looks up at you and goes, "Just don't think about the damage. That's what I just don't think about it."
Oh, I got something else on my mind right now.
Another kind of damage.
That's fair. You cast Fabricate, and over about 10 minutes, you manipulate the armor pieces back together into a fully cohesive and beautifully, like, not austere. What's the like?
Ostentatious.
No, it's the opposite of that, where it's like it's utilitarian. It's like sleek, and there's not a lot of extra filigree here and there. It's just kind of this mechanical, almost perfect idealization of plate mail. As it finishes, all right, that's good. We can find good use for that. I'll get those guild funds added back. Are you all right, son? I don't think I've ever seen you fume.
No, but there's nothing I could do to change what's happened, so I just got to deal with it the best way I can.
Yeah.
Emmeline,
Yes.
revoke Rose's use of our funds permanently.
Oh. All right. Kind of like looks at you,
I'm gonna start this, huh? Okay.
Looks back and forth, and
Wait.
Hendir raises an eye, and she goes,
Wait.
Normally we need majority rule of the party.
Yes, I remember the rules. I am making decisions in anger. Breathe, Ken. You know how they are. They better have a real good fucking explanation as to why they bought that potion.
I
But
will say it would be funny to temporarily revoke her ability to buy things, and the next time she tries something, it gets declined.
is can we adjust things the way to where if Rose attempts a purchase, they have to have one or more tags in conjunction. So if they scan their tag, they have to have,
Like
for
a
example,
two-factor authentication.
three
Or a credit
factor
limit.
authentication.
We could put
As
a
you say
credit
that,
limit as well.
you hear a sound in the distance as the door opens, and you spin your head around, but it's just Eodos and Aureus. You guys enter into the guild hall, having finished up your purchases at the jeweler, and catching up with Ken, walking a little bit slower as he finishes his fabricate. You don't see Chad, you don't see Rose, but Hendir's door on the right is open. You can see Ken standing in it. Emmeline is just outside the door. Hendir in his office just on the other side. And as you guys enter, Ken turns his head and looks at you. Well, I mean, we could. Looks over at Hendir and he raises an eyebrow. We've never done something like that before. Um,
But is
but
it
then again,
possible?
oh, yeah, I suppose we could. It's just going to be more work for me. Because I'm going to have to check every one of them that comes in from your party. But, you know, if that's how I help save the world, I think I can bear that cross.
I mean, you really. I know we just got here. It looks like you really need to get on this whole organizational thing. I don't know if just dropping receipts into a pile is the right move here.
Why don't drop them there? They manifest there, and then I just let them go wherever they wanted to be. There, well, you're right. That's just so much. It's so much. Emmeline just shakes her head. I'll send Chad in to help you once he's back. All right. You,
There's
me,
no
and
way to
Chad.
like organize, assist, maybe get Manon and some of the other great minds, maybe even Ken before we head out. Devise a system so that when they come in, they're not just uniform right here. Maybe you could set up sections for each individual use. Maybe this person's pops in over here, this one's there. That way, at least slightly more organized for you guys. 'Cause this is rough. I'm not even in like bureaucracy, and this is rough.
It's Hendir's office has always been an absolute disaster. It's only about 12 foot by 10 foot, and the middle of it has, or I guess it's like in the middle and off towards the back, there's a hatch that goes down into the cold storage beneath. And from wall to wall, it's just boxes and things. It's a hoarder's office. And he kind of like looks around, nods. Maybe. I mean, Manon kind of helped set up this whole system in the first place, so maybe we could. Emmeline just shakes her head. First thing you're going to try to do is just clean the office, Hendir.
Step one.
He just sort of drops his head and goes, Yes, ma'am. When's your dad coming back again? She shakes her head and stomps off.
Rude.
He looks up at you. Ken. I'll talk to Manon about making those changes, but he looks past. We got 3 wanderers here now.
Ken's
Just
just
let
like,
somebody get our PIN number.
yeah, someone closer than we think. But Ken's just like, he's not even mad anymore. He's just tired. Damn it, I still got the second half of my project to do tonight. You know what? This might help me calm down. I'll help, I guess, organize the receipts here.
Okay.
I guess it'll help me calm down, and because there's no good to formulate things in anger.
I mean, I'd be grateful for the help. You're definitely keen mind, just like your uncle. So, let me go ahead and show you how what you'll be looking for. We'll try to just do this easy. Just organize it by adventure and party and chronological. And honestly, the bottom 2/3 of the pile we'll probably just throw away, because it's adventure and parties that either quit, retired, or otherwise.
Or otherwise.
But I'd appreciate the help if you're willing.
Yeah, let's get started. Eidos, Aureus, I'll see you guys later.
You sure?
I mean, if you
So-
guys want, if you guys want to hang out and watch us organize, what, days, weeks worth
Months. It's months.
of
At
months?
least.
It's months.
Great.
Years.
That's why I said the bottom 2/3 aren't going to matter anymore, but we got to figure that out.
Okay, yeah. Well, unless you want to see us sift through and organize receipts from several months of purchases. I mean, if you guys want to hang out, that's cool.
Yeah, lad, if you, I can handle this. You know, if you need to take care of things, I appreciate it, and I will not turn down the help, because I will definitely take whatever I can get. But like, if you're busy, don't worry about me. I got it. He just looks very concerned, like he looks just like a dad whose kid just came home from school and was like bullied all day long, and he doesn't know why, but you just look to him, you just kind of look almost defeated at this point.
Yeah, that's the right word.
Yeah. So he's just sort of like, you know, if you need to go have a drink, you know, go yell at the sky, whatever you got to do. Do it.
I
How
guess.
soft do you think an angel would be if I summoned it to help him organize the papers?
Well, I have the horn, so there's no angel
Oh,
He doesn't
summoning.
need the horn.
Not that one.
I don't need the horn.
Oh
He's a
Lord.
cleric.
Fucking high level cleric.
So
It's up to
I
you.
can
Yeah. And if you want to beat something up, I can summon the devil for you.
Oh no.
So what do you want? Do you want a planar ally or do you want a celestial?
I'm just
Both
gonna
of
go
which would
ahead
probably
and
be annoyed.
guess I'll just go ahead and get started on infusing my assault pack for the trek. I guess Ken will just silently just make his way to the barracks to get started.
So as
Poor kid.
Endir like looks up with concern and kind of like reaches a hand out to kind of like pat you on the arm in a makeshift way to try to console you for the loss of 7,000 gold pieces. Don't worry, son. Easy come, easy go. You'll find it again. So he looks up at Eidos and Aureus. This is a complicated life you all lead.
Gets more and more complicated every day, let me tell you.
Did you say something about someone in help?
He could summon help. The thing I could summon would be something he could beat up.
I feel like
Orius
The opposite
might
of
help.
help.
okay, so with planner ally, it would have to be associated with my god or someone I know. I don't know any Modrons. I feel like a Modron would be like, ooh, organize something? Yes, please. I don't know any more Modrons, and I don't know about Celestial, which is what I'm reading right now. I don't know if it can only attack or if it can actually
There's a specific spell
organize.
that summons like a celestial that is like you tell it what to do and it helps
Oh.
you.
Planner ally can do whatever. Like
Mhm.
you can like, yeah, it's its own unique person, but summon Celestial, I think, can do other things, but it's mostly used for combat. Yeah, because I can concentrate up to an hour with it. I don't know how smart it is because it's a celestial spirit.
But like there's
Okay.
a specific one. What is it?
I'd say the planar ally would be more potentially useful.
Yeah, but
The
I also
celestial would
don't
have
wanna-
harder time doing
yeah,
the
but I also
job.
don't
Yeah.
want to piss off whatever I summon because it's not under my control.
Mm.
It is a free whatever, and I don't know any Modrons. Otherwise, I would summon a Modron. I
The
only
pla-
would know people for under my god's
Summon
power.
Nick. Just call Nick in.
The planar ally also, if you don't know, takes it's 1,000 gold piece an hour. You have
No,
to pay
it's
it.
not. You don't have to. You read
No?
the entire thing. Nope, keep reading. So if they're like friendly to you or like
If it's aligned with its ethos.
yeah, aligned with
Interesting.
ethos or like it's friends with you, it can just wave it. I'm like, yeah, I got you.
Okay. All right. I see.
This
I see
one's
what
on
you're
the house.
Yeah, like I got you. Does
Paperwork,
Nicholas
right
count
up my
as an
alley.
otherworldly entity?
Would that task be aligned with the creature's ethos, though?
I mean, I guess I could summon a Modron. I guess it doesn't say I have to know them.
Too bad Ken just walked off sulking because he knows the names of every Modron that they were friends with.
Dang. I mean,
This
I
is
I
can
mean, he's
ask.
walking.
Bakery
He's
2.
he's walking slowly, so you could catch him.
Yeah, do you know Modrons? But no, that would be like I don't think Orius knows that they know Modron, so I would probably just stay and help myself because I don't want to piss off a planar ally.
That is fair.
Like, hey, help me do taxes.
You summoned me for
As-
paperwork.
As Ken leaves and you offer yourself up to help, Hendir nods and looks quite relieved. Thank you, Orius. It'll be a great help to just have an extra pair of hands. Let me show you what we're going to be organizing by. And he picks up one of the bills. What's Eidos doing?
I don't know if Eidos would be very much help in this situation. It's the thing. He's not really organizational, bureaucratic. Like that's
Mhm.
why even the fact that even he could see this as a bad situation was the problem.
Yeah.
He's
Could
probably
use-
just gonna get out of their way. If he'll stay, if they say like, hey, take this there, put this there, he'll do that. But I don't think he wants to mess up their records by doing something they don't say for him to do.
That's fair. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Well, while they get to work organizing, go ahead, roll me investigation with advantage, Aureus. As we'll flip back to Rose. Ken, we'll sum you up really quick. Is there anything you wanted to do as you head back to the guild hall's barracks room and sitting down at your workbench table, setting out your new assault pack that you had just created that morning, kind of like looking down at it and seeing all like the little slots and grooves that you had installed or created into it in order to then align with the mana circuitry. Is there anything else you wanted to do before you get to work?
I just shake my head and just nothing's ever good lashing out in anger, so I'm just going to take a deep breath and just focus on work.
All right. Rose. You lead Chad arm in arm, begrudgingly through the city as you walk up to Lorena's The Colors of Magic. Chad looks at you and goes, "Oh, what are we doing here, Rose?"
Seen a wonderful friend for your celebration. At least the first part of
Oh,
it.
yippee!
Come on.
Ah, have I ever told? I don't like needles.
They're not so
Had
bad.
to yank him in through the door. Lorena perks up from the front counter and looks at you and goes, "Rose, I hadn't expected to see you again. Welcome."
Lorena, it has been so long. They'll
It
run
has
forward
been a
and
while.
hug her.
She kind of like moves around the counter to meet you halfway and pulls you into a hug. Have you gotten taller?
I mean, that's besides the point. I can, on a whim, But yes, I think. It's hard to keep track.
Okay.
We'll say yes.
I think I know what you mean. I think you've told Lorena that you're a changeling. I honestly don't
Unsure.
know.
If I haven't,
just,
which I may not have, they offer no explanation unless she asks.
yep, she does not ask. She just seems a little confused and goes, "Well, what brings you into my little parlor today? Are we working on one of your ongoing projects, or are we starting a new one?"
Oh, I wish. And maybe if we have time, because I really do want one. It's been far too long. But I have here a wonderful friend of mine who is celebrating a month working with the Sword Coast Guild, and we needed to do something to celebrate. Pull Chad in front of him.
Yep. Hi. He holds out his hand. I've heard a lot about you. Obviously, well-known name here within the city. I don't exactly know what's going on.
We're getting you something special.
Okay.
Yes.
I feel like I ask why a lot. I looks at Lorena, who's just got a big grin on her face. Lorena
Let's
looks at you.
see. So your
So what are we doing?
cheapest, yeah, I mean, not that I want to be skimpy, but we're a little tight. Uh, your cheapest are like cantrips at first level, kind of, right?
Yes. Let's see.
I mean, do we have anything? Trying to think. Low level spells. Anything that would help him
Like there
out?
are common ones. I'm just trying to remember.
Right? I don't remember all the tattoos.
Well, we can always just go with a barrier tattoo. It can always help
I mean,
keep you from getting hit.
suppose. Are you planning on getting punched, Chad?
I mean, no, not planning.
I guess no one ever plans for it unless they're, actively in a fighting ring or an adventure.
There. Could load a first level spell. Either of those would be about 150 gold pieces and a couple hours of work.
Oh shit, your prices are cheaper than I thought. We could go bigger than that. I was thinking
Okay.
like no more than 1,000.
Oh, right. Well, that would probably take about 4 to 6 hours, but we could go up to a rare tattoo at that point. Be like, kind of like looks at Chad, sizes him up, kind of walks around him. What do you do? I'm a secretary.
Right? Can you
That's
think
not
of
an
anything?
adventuring profession I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
No, it's. She just smiles. So nothing that would be particularly battle worthy.
Right? Like common day use. It's more what I'm thinking. Something that would be helpful. Or if you have any ideas and things to make him more confident in himself, that would be great.
Hey, uh, she kind of just looks past him at you, smiles. I mean, there's the Illuminator's tattoo that
What
basically
is
enables you
that?
to write with your finger as though it were a pen.
Ooh,
Chad kind of like raises his eyebrow. What?
okay.
And she kind of like takes out a little piece of paper, like a piece of parchment that's got the description on it. And yeah, the Illuminator's tattoo, you can, while the tattoo is on your skin, you can write with your fingertip as if it were an ink pen that never runs out of ink. And as an action, you can touch a piece of writing up to 1 page in length and speak the creature's name. The writing becomes invisible to everyone except for that creature for the next 24 hours.
Okay,
Solid.
right.
And that's actually one of the more common ones. That one is 100 gold pieces. Would take me a couple hours to apply, but we could do that. Chad kind of looks
It's not
at
bad.
you, Rose. It at least would help.
Yeah, would help with your job. I'm still kind of leaning more towards like helping your, just gestures to him,
Hey,
but it's not terrible.
I mean, there's the masquerade tattoo. It would enable him to disguise himself,
That could be pretty funny.
as well as change the tattoo into any other form on his skin at wish. Chad just shakes his head. No, I don't like deceiving people. I don't.
No fun at all. Do you have any to make him more fun? That's asking a
Tattoo
lot.
does that.
Yeah.
Like just by being there. Here, come on, let's do the Illuminator's tattoo.
Sure. Why
That'll
not?
be a good first step. And trust me, sitting in this chair for 6 hours on your first tattoo, not something you want to do. Just
It's a bit
it'll be
much.
fine. And Chad looks at her and looks to you. Okay.
Sit.
Sits down. Okay, now, what do we want it to look like?
I mean, that's
Chad
up to
just looks
you.
kind of deer in headlights again. He just doesn't have an answer.
I mean, what do you
Lorena
like?
looks for God, making me have to build backstory for NPC.
Just a little bit, an interest or hobby.
Yeah.
Come on, Chad. What do you do on your downtime?
I work. No, I'm just kidding.
Poor Chad.
Wow, it definitely doesn't
Maybe
feel
he's
like
like
I
a
missed
really
a
good
whole lot if Rose is still tormenting Chad.
We went back to it again.
Okay.
I'm
Maybe he's
getting
a really
him
good
his first
artist. He
tattoo.
paints and draws in his off time.
I do like
Me even
drawing.
better.
I like animals. My grandma has cats. But I like the bigger ones as well, like the horses that the nobles ride through the city. I like to read. I like fantasy, I like adventure, journals.
I mean, it seems a bit on the nose, but we could just do like a quill if you wanted.
I think that would be that. Yeah. Maybe like right here, and he puts like on the underside of his wrist.
I
She
guess it
kind of like
doesn't even really matter. You literally can change. Or is this isn't the one that
no,
changes?
it's
Oh,
it's
okay,
not the one
sorry.
that changes.
That's the other one. That's okay.
All right, a nice feather quill on the inside of your wrist can do. All right, so sit down and hold still. It'll hurt a little bit, just a little bit, and then you'll get used to it. I'm not gonna say it will stop hurting. She takes out the little magical pen and begins to get to work. What do you do for the 2 hours while Lorena is working, Rose?
Rose will sit and chat with Lorena and
Okay.
kind of tell her about what they've been up to.
Okay. All right. So you go into the adventures in the Feywild. While Lorena is tattooing Chad, Aureus, you assist Hendir with organizing the disaster area of his office, at least the area right now where the bills have been piling up. Eodos, as you kind of stand out in the main lobby area, you hear the front door open and turn to see as a well-dressed nobleman walks in and kind of like sees you standing there and like stops in place and like is just looking at you from across the 40-foot or so gap in the front area of.
Cover Chad. Be the secretary.
All right,
You know,
rude.
yeah, this is like, you need something? Everything all right?
I was actually this is the Guardians of the Sword Coast Adventuring Hall, correct?
You
What's
know,
it
so nod
to
and
ya?
pull out. He'll hold up his tag like, yeah, this is the Sword Coast. What's up?
Okay. Are you who I would speak to if I needed to hire an adventuring party to serve as bodyguard?
Not exactly, but I can go talk to the one who you do need. 1 second, he'll go walk off to his office.
Okay. Do you walk in or do you knock?
Oh, he'll knock.
Okay.
Everybody seems up to their neck in stuff since he's been back, so he's not trying to interrupt shit, but he doesn't know how to hire people for this guy. So.
You can figure it out, I'm sure.
Knock on the door and you hear Emmeline. Come on in. It's open.
Eidos just opens the door and there's a guy outside trying to hire bodyguards.
All right. Well, I think she looks to Oni and Takashi. I think that's all I got. Why don't you guys go and relax for right now? Want to hear back from Dad and know where he's at? We could send you all on your way. And thank you guys. I really appreciate it. All right, let's get this guy some bodyguards. And she pushes herself from her desk, and like her hair is still all like disheveled and kind of frazzled and pulled back into a ponytail, and she looks exhausted, but puts on this like mask and comes out. Good afternoon, sir. Please have a seat. Come on over here. Let's go ahead and get you situated. Looks at him, goes, "Oh, don't worry. That he's one of my more proficient adventuring guild members. This is Eodos. He is, I don't want to say harmless because I'm not going to lie to you, but he won't hurt." And the nobleman kind of nods very slowly as Oni and Takashi walk out and kind of like give a nod to Eodos and walk into the guild hall. He goes, "Come on into my office. We'll get you all situated with whatever you need, and make sure we find a adventuring party that's not only going to be able to get you where you need to go, but stay within your price range as well. Come on in." And he kind of just like keeps his eyes on you as he walks in
We
through
are
the
out
front
of your
door.
Don't worry, we're out of your price range.
Maybe
Rest.
afford like half of one of us.
Right?
Can't even imagine
Wow.
how much a party of 5 level 16s would take to hire.
Yeah, you guys don't really get hired. You
No.
the universe hires you to solve its problems.
And we're still getting underpaid.
Yeah.
Oh, if only you knew, Aerith.
If only you knew, Eric. Shenanigans that happened today. Oh my god.
Guess how many funds are in the bank?
How much gold do you guys have in your guild fund right now? Take a guess.
Take a guess? Oh god. I just looked at my gold.
Yeah, that's not the guild's goal. That's not your
Yeah.
guild. Well, fortunately, Aerith has been in the book dimension all day, and
Okay.
honestly, in character, doesn't know any of this. So
No, I kind of figured.
You made good
As-
progress on your book, though.
Pick
Yeah,
a
you've-
number, any
uh,
number.
Go ahead. You can knock off 5 hours of your book already because you've been at this while we've been role playing around Erebor.
Ooh, I'm so
Well,
close.
well, Aureus, I know, right? And look at, dude, we did your morning training. Look at your training for cartomancy.
Oh my god.
I know. I rolled a nat 20 for you, man.
Holy
You're
fuck.
welcome.
I know.
Can you guys roll for me from now on for my training?
As
Ugh.
Aureus continues to help Hendir, and they do call for Eodos's aid, taking some of like they hand you this bag, and Hendir just gives it to you and goes, "Don't open it." And he looks absolutely just deadpan serious. Just don't open it. Take it out back. Give it
Bury
to
it.
Ariston. Tell him it's a new ingredient. Don't open it.
You gotta stop saying it, man. Do you know how bad I want to open it right now?
Just looks at you and he nods, and then he shakes his head and turns around and goes back to getting to work. I mean, that's lower than it was when it started.
Oh,
That's
God.
higher than it was when it started.
That's what I meant to say. But Aerith, you have been reading your book within the comfort of the book dimension, the beautiful Library of Congress type style of these like massive wooden bookshelves and ornate tables. You've been just sitting in a comfortable reading chair, sipping on tea, and making your way through your dexterity manual when your stomach growls. You set your book aside, head on out the door, emerging in the barracks room of the Wanderers of Starlight. You look over at Ken, who is working kind of with his all-purpose tool at one of the tables, but it's almost like there's an
Anymore?
aura. What?
That got lost in Astral Sea. Remember?
Oh, I thought you had another one.
No.
Oh, okay then. He's working with his arcane implements, his tools, and they're the flashes of like artificery as he seems to be hard at work at something. Roll me an insight check.
I'm so great with insight. Yay.
He looks like he's really, really focused in on whatever he's doing right now. And Ken, as you hear the kind of like of the door cracking open, you head on. You turn around, Ken, to see as Aerith is kind of like walking through the room and appears to be heading out into the rest of the guild hall to go get some food.
It's chow time.
Yeah, I'm not acknowledging anything outside right now. I'm just laser focused.
Fair.
He's honed in. He's in the Zen
In the
state
zone.
right
Yep.
Auto
Another
zone.
hour or so passes. Aerith, you get a nice lunch within the cafeteria and kind of return to the book dimension carrying the plate of scraps and snacks that you're going to nibble on over the next 6 hours while you get back to reading. Unless there's other
Like
things you want to
those-
do. I literally just put you in the book dimension because it was a good thing for you to do while you weren't here.
Yeah, I kind of think I would probably do the same thing just so I can get the dexterity book out of the way.
Okay. You walk past Ken, who still has that very focused, intense, kind of hunched over air about him, and into the book dimension to return to your dex manual. Rose, as the light whimpering from Chad finally comes to a stop, and Lorena lifts up her hand and puts down the pen and goes, "Okay, I think that does it for you. Let me just go ahead," and she kind of like waves her hand over it, and similarly to the last time, the tattoo that had been tattooed in and it caused his skin to, be red and everything, kind of heals up, and the healing process is accelerated through the magic
Yeah,
she
I wish
uses
that
to
were for
tattoo.
real.
Right. See, all better. Now let's make sure it works. Here we go. Go ahead, write your name for me with your finger. She puts down a piece of parchment in front of Chad and takes out and traces it across the parchment, and his name comes out not just like a river of paint from a paintbrush, but almost like where his finger traces, it's like a calligraphy pen writes the message. That's better than my handwriting.
It's so
I don't
fancy.
Oh
I
my
don't
god, the
hate
first tablet ever.
it. Finishes his name.
Look at that.
Okay, that's actually pretty cool, and it doesn't hurt anymore. Okay, puts his thumb on it.
It wasn't that bad, was it?
Lorena sits back. No, that wasn't bad at all. Thank you, Rose.
Of course.
Were you really the leader of an army?
Well, not. I mean, I helped tell them sort of what to do. Not really. I mean, Thorn did more of the actual, like, leading part of the army part, I guess. I don't know.
Lorena and Chad kind of look at each other, and they look at you, and Rose is a really good liar. Right, except for when they're not that good of a liar. And they both just sort of like exchange that glance. Well, either way, that story you told was really impressive. It's really cool.
Yeah, not so cool in the moment. But it was what it was.
Oh shit! Oh, I'm
Nope.
I'm late. I
Nope.
gotta get
Nope.
back.
No. Come here. Nope.
He kind of like sits up straight. You push
Too
him
late.
back down. Then
We're
you
not
feel
done.
a hand on your shoulder. That's gonna be 100 gold pieces, my dear.
Here's 100. When do you get off work? Is it? You can get off work, right? You want to come drinking with us?
Right now?
Mhm.
Kind of looks around. Pull up my notebook again.
And fired.
Shouts out to my God. You hear, is that it? You're in charge. See you tomorrow. And you hear,
Perfect.
all right. Okay. Come from the back as the mid-30s or so dwarf comes on out as you guys are leaving, dragging Chad.
Come on,
I
Chad.
gotta go back.
No.
I
it's
gotta
way
go.
too late for that now. You're about to get off your shift anyways.
Oh no! Well, then I just gotta work later.
Nope. I'm gonna call Emily right now. I'll ask her if it's okay.
Okay, only if she says it's okay. You just pretend to call her.
Yes.
Roll me a deception check. What is it?
26.
He looks at you.
Hold-
Really?
hold
She
on.
said it was okay?
She said she's got everything handled for the rest of the day. It shouldn't be a
Uh,
problem. She wants you to just have fun.
Hey. Lorena looks at you, raises another eyebrow.
Come, I know the best place in town.
Where you lead them.
Wherever Rose knows that the best place in town is.
Okay. To fast forward through drinking with NPCs, you lead
Yeah, no, we just get
Lorena and
shit-faced.
Chad, on a shit-faced trek through town. The first bar,
Bar crawl.
you're basically on a
Yes.
bar crawl.
Absolutely.
You check out about half a dozen, and by the fourth one, Chad breaks out of his shell. He is
I knew I could do it.
like drunk, and you have been having to like convince him to drink all night long. Like every bar, you're like, all right, we need 2 of those and 1 of those each. And he's like, no, not for me. And you just
Too
keep pushing
bad.
him. It's peer pressure in the worst possible way. And as you get to that fourth one,
Frank out.
He's just like, you're all just so cool, and you're so strong.
Oh God.
And I just want, like Robert was teaching me how to use the halberd, and then
Chad,
he
Robert's
was
a
gone,
dick.
and
Don't
then
no.
Mia was teaching me magic, and then she was gone, and I just want to be strong. And he kind of like
Chad.
leans forward, and
This is
Lorena
so
rubs his
sad.
back, and she goes, "We're gonna need more alcohol. We gotta get past this
Absolutely.
point."
Yeah, this is the sad point. I don't like the sad point. Let's go.
You keep pushing him to drink, and he seems to get sadder.
Oh,
And then
Chad.
in the sixth bar, the fifth one you have to leave because you guys are actually asked to leave because he's bumming people out. In the sixth bar, which it's about midnight now, and the taverns aren't closing, but the clientele's getting rowdier, Lorena's getting tired, and by this point, Chad's just like, I'm just tired of people walking on me. Just don't, you know.
Chad, there's an easy solution.
What's that?
Don't let them.
How? How do I do that? Tell me, Rose. How do I do that?
Yeah,
No
Rose, how does he do it?
No matter what you feel about anything about yourself, you fucking fake it. You
Till
be
you make it.
confident. You are confident.
I am, right?
You are.
Sits
And the
up.
longer you do it, the easier it gets to do.
Does it? Does that make it a good thing or a bad thing?
Why would it be a bad thing?
I don't know. It sounds like lying.
It's not lying, it's just not letting your
So,
own brain.
okay, all right. Let me pause you hypothetical. Somebody that is in your life, you see somewhat regularly, walks
Uh,
in, I don't know, let's say your place of business, okay? And this person, they're nice, they're a good person, you know they're a good person, but there's just something about the way that they poke at you, and it just makes you feel like you're gonna get, I don't know, beat up. What
I
what will
thought
you do
I
to
thought you
that
said they
person?
were a good person.
Yeah, but there's something. There's something. I don't. Just sometimes people just have a something.
Then you should know if they're a good person wouldn't beat somebody up on random, then you know that they're not actually gonna beat you up.
Okay,
And
so
you
if
know
that
what?
person,
You poke them back.
Lorena kind of just nods. They're not wrong. Standing up for yourself is one of the most important things to learn to do. Chad kind of nods. Poke back. Poke
Mhm.
back. Poke back. His
Oh,
face kind of turns
oh no.
green a bit. He shakes his head. I think I need to
We
find
need
the
to go
privy.
outside.
Yeah, I
Nope.
need to go outside. I need to go outside.
So chunky.
Ugh.
You guys lead Chad outside. He
And there it
evacuates his
goes.
stomach. And
Evacuates his stomach.
at that point,
Yeah,
Lorena kind of puts one hand up to her mouth.
that's
I
kind of the
think
end
I
of it,
need to
isn't it?
find my way home. Darling, would you mind walking me the streets at night? I'm not normally
Absolutely.
out this late.
You first, and
Yes.
then you. And, like,
Thank you.
pulls Chad up as he from where he slumped over.
Oh.
Yeah, you're
Kind of
fine.
like leans on your shoulder. Thank you.
Come on.
You lead Lorena to her home safely, and then Chad to his.
We
at
obliterate
like
any bandits.
1:30 in the morning. And as you approach the townhouse, well, it's not even a townhouse. It's more like an apartment building. You see a little old lady just behind the front door, no
No.
taller than like 5.5 feet, kind of half hunched over with these big glasses. And she's like sitting on a chair right behind the door into the lobby. And as you lead Chad up the stairs, he looks through the glass and goes, "Oh no.
Is it?
Okay." And he grabs the door and pushes in. "Grandma!" And she looks at him and goes, "Chad, you're alive. Good, good, good. Ah,
Of course he's alive.
and I suppose you're the reason he was out so late."
We had the best night.
It was
And Chad.
actually, it was a good night. It really was. And she looks at Chad, kind of half draped on you, and then looks at you, and you see her kind of tilt her head and squint through the thick glasses. "Is your name Rose?"
Yes, do I know you? You don't look familiar.
No. No. You had a fun night out, Chad. And Chad, not. It was better than I expected, but I'm very sleepy now. I've walked much and threw up. And she just sort of
Only
like smiles.
once.
"Well, you walked out, you basically crossed like 3 miles after you finished drinking.
Only
to
threw
get
up once, though. That's fine.
She comes over and kind of takes his arm, his other one, and looks up at you and smiles. Goes, "Well, thank you for getting him home safely. It was nice to
course.
finally meet you, Rose."
I don't know what that means, but I wouldn't let anything happen to him. And reaches over and pats Chad on the head, but like in a drunkenly way, so kind of like smacks him in the face.
Yeah, you reach out to smack him in the face, and his other hand goes up and smacks yours away wildly. "No, poke back, poke back."
Hey, there you go. Good boy. You keep
Alright.
that.
He kind of just gotta go sleep now.
Yeah.
Turns around and looks at you, and kind of through that like bleary-eyedness, he just smiles. "Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow."
Finger
Goodbye.
guns.
You watch as they head into a stairway and kind of leads him up and up and up and turn and back out onto the streets and back to the guild hall. Meanwhile, within the guild hall, the bills get organized.
Hey.
Wow.
It was insane. And like you find all of the purchases, none of the purchases that you had made were in any sort of organizational like pattern at all. It was literally a chronological order from oldest to newest in just a big pile. And it's awesome.
Every purchase we've ever made.
But by the end of it, you have half a dozen piles. You have the no longer works here pile,
For
which
whatever
has
reason.
it's the biggest pile, and it's just sort of a catch-all. Hendir stops explaining what happened to them after the third one that isn't retired. You then have 2 smaller ones that are only like 2 or 3 pages, mostly just done for normal supplies, weapons, not even magical stuff, just purchases around the town that were done through the guild hall to make things easier. You have purchases done by the guild, and then your pile, which is the most prominent amongst them. And as you're kind of going through it, and I mean, you guys are our star party at the moment. Most of the others quit when things went topsy-turvy in the March of Dragons, and, well, everything locked down. So, pretty much everyone we have nowadays, these 2 guys and the other party, they call themselves the Flying Blades. Don't ask me why. I think they have dreams of grandeur, but they're pretty much what we got right now, and in addition to what we have to purchase. And as you're looking through it, you're finding a lot of like purchases for high grade steel, for rare metals. There's coin changing happening there, where they're changing from gold to platinum, but they're marking it as an expense. And as you kind of go through that, Hendir identifies those ones as the necessary procurements for the gate, which was funded by Ken, but still is going through the guild hall. But the evening comes. You guys finish up your organization. Chad never returns, and a couple more people come in. No one else looking to hire, though, just like some fact-finding missions asking about what it takes. There was like a young, probably 17-year-old scrawny kid who came in asking what it meant or what it would mean to be an adventurer. And as he walks in, he sees Iados still standing there in the main entryway, kind of holding a... what did you do with the bag?
I mean, obviously, he looked in it as he was walking out the bag.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Hell yes.
The man said not to like 5 times. He had to know it was gonna happen.
The smell that hits your nose of putrid rot and what smells almost like alcohol is intense. Everything within this bag was just biological at one point, and he had been piling his trash off into a corner and handed you the trash bag.
Oh,
And as you look at it, it like that first wave hits you, but there's such depth. It's like a potpourri of rot.
ugh.
And he
He's
said to bring it to the
gonna-
alchemist.
Yeah, he's just gonna go ahead and tie the bag so that he doesn't accidentally open it before he hands it off to the alchemist. He's gonna get that there quickly.
Oh, what's this then? More materials for me to work with. Anything I should know?
Ooh, stinks.
Got it. He turns around, he takes out a clothespin and puts a clothespin on his big bulbous nose. And I am now all ready. Okay. And as you see him reaching for the bag's ties, you know it's about to open any moment.
Enos is gonna skedaddle on out of there.
Later, about an hour or so, a young man enters, and seeing you, he kind of like stops and shakes his head and walks up, shoulders back. Hello, sir. My name is Aiden, and I am curious as to what it requires to become an adventurer.
I don't know specifically what they're looking for, but you just have to be tough. He kind of holds his thumb up, willing to take risks, index finger up, not adverse to getting hurt, middle finger up. He just starts rattling off a bunch of buzzwords that he has gone through and his crew has gone through.
Learn not to die.
Yeah, be
Come back from
prepared
death.
to die and be willing to get back up after.
Are you trying to dissuade him from a life of adventure or just prepare him?
Prepare, because Eonos is absolutely on. If this is something that the dude wants to do, he's not trying to stop him. He just wants him to be ready because shit is getting bad here lately. So
Got it. So, prepare myself physically and mentally. I can do that. Okay. Are you the... I mean, I'm just judging. Are you the guildmaster here? You seem pretty powerful.
oh no, I just work here.
Oh,
No, she's a little busy helping a few other people at the moment. If you want to take a seat, I'm sure she can get with you in a little bit.
yeah, absolutely. I absolutely can. He sits down in one of the seats off to the side and just puts his hands in his lap.
No. How cute.
Man, Chad's job is nice. I like it.
Emmeline walks out of her office at one point with an empty mug in her hand and sees the young man sitting there and kind of leans over to you and goes, "What's going on?"
I think he wants to be a new recruit. I
Kinda
told him
looks-
to wait a bit. He can see you at the earliest convenience.
kind of nods. All right. leaves the front area, heads to the cafeteria. She comes back with a glass of hot tea, and as she sips it, she goes, "New recruit, my office." And he kind of like looks at her, who's she's only 19, and he looks at you, Eodos, with a question in his eyes.
Trust her. She's the one that's keeping everything running.
Oh, okay, all right. She just sort of like smiles over her mug, stands at the door, kind of like holding it open as he walks in, taller than she is, kind of like blushing just a little bit. She sips her tea and goes, "All right, so what are you good at?" And you hear the door slam.
What are you even good for?
The rest of the day passes. Ken, you finish your arcane infusing into the oh god, I want to call it a shit sack, but it's not a shit sack.
The assault pack. Assault
Sack.
pack.
It's sack.
It's
Wow,
the shit
Cade.
sack. Well, no,
Same thing.
It's the thing that you grab that's always filled with everything you need, because it's the thing you grab when you yell, "Oh shit!" and you can only grab one thing. It's your shit sack. But your
Wouldn't it be better to say your oh shit sack instead of
that's
just
a whole
shit
nother
sack?
syllable. Why would you add another syllable?
I know what you're talking about, and I've heard it called a go bag. I've never heard it called a
Right.
shit sack, and I see exactly why.
I love the term shit sack for it more than go bag. It's so good.
Ken,
Thank you,
you
Blitz
complete
Bungler.
your shit sack.
But you finish your assault pack, the arcane infusions in to help keep it protected. You look down and kind of nod. The last 6 or 7 hours or so having affected your mind however you feel like, solid work would have. What are you doing for the rest of your evening? It's probably like 9 or so.
I guess I'll go. I'll go. I'll go look over the ship.
Head out.
Actually, scratch that. I'm gonna go hang out with Sid and Biggs and Wedge.
Okay. As you head out into the training yard to begin, like, just checking over the ship and looking at the Starlight Dragon, you instead hear the heavy hammer falls of smith work and the gruff, "All right, now," from Sid just around the corner, and you kind of pivot on your heel and head over there to see as they're pulling up another of the huge chunks. They've got like a makeshift crane set up, and Wedge is holding on to this like thick rope that's wrapped around his forearms, and he's holding it while they're like lever and anchoring it up. Sid with Biggs on his shoulders is like pushing it into position, and as they get it like kind of lined up, you hear, "Now lower!" And he lowers it a little bit, and, "All right, Biggs, you're up!" And Biggs starts like hammering away with his tiny little hammer, and you're watching as these little like flashes of arcane artificery emerge. The entire area is lit by a small stone orb that's just glowing with the light cantrip. But they don't seem to have noticed you as you approach. They're very locked in. Yeah.
I won't interrupt them. I'll just stand by until they get a break.
Takes another 5 or 10 minutes. You hear, "I was looking up there, Biggs." You hear from Biggs, "I think I got it all, sir. I just need to make this last connection," and there's like a zzz that you can feel through the air, and this like ring of light that, because the thing's not full circle right now, it's probably 2/3 of a circle, but it like pulses around in a clockwork fashion as that piece is installed. Okay, Wedge, lower your end of the rope and pin it down to hold it in place. You hear, got it. Kind of like slams a stake into the ground and wraps the rope around it. All secure. Oh, all right. Sid reaches up and takes Biggs off his shoulders and puts him down. Good work, lads. Another solid day's work here. Oh, let's go get drunk. Turns around, and that's when they see you.
Heck yeah.
Oh, Ken. What you doing here, boy? I didn't expect to see you.
Hey, Sid. Hey guys. I was just in the area. Want to stop by.
Well, it's always good to see you. Whenever you're passing through. Kind of thumbs over. We're making progress. Second one's almost done.
Fantastic work. Thank you guys again for all of this.
He looks at you and kind of tilts his head to the side. Biggs, Wedge, you guys go ahead without me. Head on down to the calf. Just make sure I get Nail. I'll catch up in a little bit. And they look to him and they look at you and walk by, and Wedge gives you a nod and Biggs kind of waves. Good to see you again, Ken.
Good to see you too.
Sid kind of walks over to you and puts a hand on your shoulder. What's wrong?
It just seems like when I try to make a decision on something, there's a 90% chance it backfires.
He nods, pats you on the shoulder. I know what you mean. Sadly, that's just what's called life. Not much we can do about it except make the best. Do you want to tell me what happened?
So, earlier, I was prepping for our next expedition. I left. I made sure I double checked the funds that we had in reserve. Had a pretty decent amount left. Went to another store to get some more items for my defibrillators, and my tag was declined. Come to find out, someone spent almost 7,000 gold on one
What?
item.
How did they do that? They get a hold of your tag or something? I thought that stuff was supposed to be, you know.
It was someone in our party.
Oh. Oh. So you're not dealing really with the money, us the betrayal.
I wouldn't use as heavy a word as betrayal, but I'm very disappointed, to say the least.
Nods. People are often gonna do that. Come on, let's go. Let's go get a drink. This will be easier with an ale in either our hands, and then we'll.
Maybe 2 or 3, but yeah.
I agree. Guys, head to the calf and find like a little corner. Grab a couple of beers. You can see Biggs and Wedge are sitting, but as you enter, they kind of look up, and Sid gives them like a look of like, "I need a moment." So they kind of just sit off and are talking with each other. Have like some paperwork before them that they're going over. Life is complicated. I mean, you knew that when you were a lad, and well, it's never really been easy to you. I know that. And you've really impressed me with the strength of character that you have developed over the years. That nice man that dropped you off with me, he did good by you, and taught you right from wrong, and I think he may have set a little bit of a expectation of other people. This was, you said it was your guild fund, right?
Yep, 6,800 and 10 gold, to be
9.
specific.
I understand how. Actually, I can't even understand. If someone took 7,000 gold from me, I'd be livid. But at the same time,
Due to my new constitution, I'm trying to rein in my emotions to prevent any more explosive reactions.
you know how carbonation works. Like the sciences behind it. I know that you've seen the bubbles in the water and things like that, and arcane manifestations of things that can carbonate. But do you know how it kind of works when it's all bottled up like that?
One wrong bump, and it goes kablooey.
Exactly. People are always going to fail to meet up to expectations, especially the expectations of those raised by noble individuals that have good heads on their shoulders. Especially those who are also born of noble individuals with good heads on their shoulders, like your father and your mother. But it's important to understand that not everyone has that same luxury. And for some, the choices that they make might not seem as ill-conceived in that moment. Now, I'm not siding with anybody here. If I'm siding with anyone, it's your side. I totally understand whatever you're feeling. Like I said, if somebody had used 7,000 of my gold and didn't ask, I'd be a little upset. But it was a guild fund, and that, or at least for your party, was used by your party. Maybe it was something malicious. Maybe it was capricious. Or maybe it was just absent-minded. But regardless of how it was, or how it was, and sure, I can tell by the look on your face you know who it was, you're gonna have to forgive them. And you don't do it for them. You don't do it because they deserve it. Okay? You do it because you do. If you kind of like gestures, takes a sip from his mug, if you bottle it all up and don't either accept reality for what it is or find a way to change it, then it's just gonna... He mimes just an explosion. One wrong move. One bump.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're coming from. I guess I thought just after all this time they would at least adjust. I don't want to. I don't want to make them change who they are. They are who they are. Maybe I just thought they've at least learned a little bit by now.
Sometimes you gotta learn a lesson more than once for it to really stick. But it doesn't mean that we give up on people. Especially us, right?
No,
Mignon.
you're right.
Now, finish that one. I'm gonna go get myself a second one and you a second one, and I'll tell you all about the progress we've made on the ring.
Sounds good. And then I could probably well, if you want, I could probably give you guys a rundown on how my current armor system works. I don't think you've really seen my new race Felger system, have you?
No, I have not. I've seen the little dragons running around, and I could tell there was something about them. But if it's an armor system, I've seen you. Yes, yes, I do. I do want to check that out. All right, let me go get us a couple more beers. Bring over Biggs and Wedge. You do it for yourself, all right? We forgive for ourselves.
Yeah.
I could. Yeah, you get it. You get it. You get it. Oh, I don't need to be preaching. He smacks you on the back, his heavy hand kind of sending you a little bit forward, and he's gonna go get Biggs and Wedge. Eodos and Aureus, as you finish your organizing in the front, anything else for the rest of you tonight? Bleh, anything else for you for the rest of tonight? Jeez.
I got nothing.
Time.
Aerith, anything else?
Nope.
Anything you want to do?
Just reading.
All right, go ahead, knock another. I said 5 earlier, right?
Yes.
All
Finish
right,
the
go ahead, knock another
book.
7 off. Because you had 12 that I gave you today.
Okay.
You done
Okay.
Almost.
yet?
Very close.
How long
Very
is this
close.
But as you hit that 12-hour point of reading pretty much since 11 a.m., your eyes are tired, your bones hurt from sitting. It's time to go and at least trance and let your body heal. Guys, find your way to your barracks room, only to find Takashi and Oni in their respective. Well, Takashi in one of the beds. Oni is sitting kind of on the floor next to him, and there are 6 beds in here. There were always 6 beds. You each find a place to rest. It's up to you, Ken, to determine how much a night of just shop talk and drinking with the boys, because it's the most shop talk you've ever had since training with Sid, because this is an actual, like, these are 3 artificers with their own insights and inspirations, and you're able to bounce off of them, and I'll let you decide how that affects Ken's mood before he finally returns to rest as well.
Yeah, I'll hang out until I get a really good buzz in. And like you said, it's just like it's really good, like being able to just talk about something in my wheelhouse. So it's uplifting. So he's not as a terrible. He's about like just under neutral, I guess.
As you kind of find yourself hitting that limit, not wanting to drink more so that you don't get drunk and have a hangover in the morning, but tipsy enough that you're feeling a little bit better, you say goodnights to Sid and Biggs and Wedge, head back to the barracks room and stand there for just a moment outside. You open the door, but Rose isn't in there. It's about 1 in the morning, and you know that because you have a keen mind, and you're on the material plane, so you actually can tell what time it is. But it's about 1 in the morning, and Rose isn't here. You see every other one of the Wanderers and 2 interns resting in here, but no Rose.
What the hell?
She bought the potion and dipped.
Bye.
Dude, imagine.
This was my plan all along.
I betray another party.
The longest con. It was all about the supreme potion.
That was it. End game.
What do you do, Ken? Are you continuing bedtime, or do you go look for Rose?
On one end, I'm like, they're as strong as me. So who in their right mind, save for cultists, would even attempt to engage them? But on the other hand, I'm like, what the hell did they get themselves into? And I swear to God. I'm gonna just grab the kids, run downstairs, grab a drink of water, get a good swig in. Yeah, I need to find them. I need my eyes on Rose.
Okay.
Otherwise I won't be able to sleep properly.
You gather the kids from the bed, and as they had joined you within the cafeteria so that you could show the weapons or the armor system off, they kind of followed you here, and then they each like streamed in and jumped onto your bed to get comfortable in their own places. And as you kind of like gently whistle for them, making an effort not to wake up the rest of the party, they scurry over to you. You head over to the cafeteria and get yourself a big raft of water before heading out into the city. Are the kids just with you, or are you in your armor?
No, they're with me. But
Okay.
if shit pops off,
Their armor.
yeah.
Roll me investigation.
Investigation.
Okay. Rose, as you finish dropping off Chad, kind of like step out into the street, looking back at the apartment building and kind of like smiling just a little bit to yourself, the cute grandma. Where are you going next?
They smile and as they're backing out from the building, and then turn, and then face kind of just like falls a little bit, and they sigh. They'll probably go find the bar, like close to the guild hall, but not too close, and continue.
Okay. You find the only dive still open at 1:30 in the morning. Walking in, it has a rough clientele that kind of half of them look at you with that like, "Hey, darling," look, and the other half look at you like, "What an easy mark that just walked in here." If only they knew.
Yeah,
If
they
only
ignore
knew.
they ignore every single person and just walk to the bar and order.
Okay. You sit down at the bar, order an ale, and sit and drink. Ken, as you head out into the city, kind of like take a look around. It's different at 1 in the morning. It's quiet, but almost threatening. And you walk down the streets, the few people that are still out and about, striking you as odd that they're still moving around at this hour. A couple of them drunk, but not all of them. You walk past the tavern close to the guild hall, and there's just something in the air. A smell, an instinct. A 28 on investigation. It tells you to check this specific bar. And as you open the door and push your way in, you're met with the same kind of group of stairs from these rough, like not underworld, but kind of like rough cut individuals as they look over their shoulders and look at you, and half of them gauge you up for a fight and the other half just shake their head and look back to what they were doing. But you walk in and can see Rose just sort of sitting their back to you, drink in their hand.
I've seen this old gif and it's a serious moment, but just the look in this
I wasn't
person's
expecting
eyes,
the chuckle in your voice when you started talking. It caught me off
like the
guard.
look in his eye, it's just me just staring daggers into the back of Rose's like head, just like
Roll me a perception, Rose.
Disadvantage?
Yeah, you're pretty drunk. You
Same.
heard the door open, but it's opened quite a few times since you got here as people have come and go, so you just sort of ignore it.
I guess I'll slowly walk up and then find a stool beside them.
You see out of your periphery, Rose, as a shape enters, and you kind of like turn your
Yeah.
head and
Well,
have to
they
blink
don't-
your eyes.
They don't
Mhm.
turn, but they do have a dagger ready and like hidden.
Roll me sleight of hand. Very well hidden too. You see that shape enter your periphery, and without giving away anything, looking forward into your drink, you kind of prepare yourself physically and mentally. And you sit down, but they just sort of like, they don't tense up, but there's something about their posture that just doesn't seem 100% right.
Having a late night tonight.
They'll blink a little bit and then turn. Ken, this doesn't seem like your kind of place.
Yeah, well, after working all day and going back to the barracks, I did see you, so
Here I am.
yep, here you
Wanna-
are.
You want a drink?
You paying?
Sure. Slide
Out
a.
of pocket?
I could do from our tag if you'd like.
Unfortunately, due to some confusion, yeah, that's a word. We don't have any more money.
A gold buys a lot of booze.
Almost 7,000. Could buy more.
Yeah, I think that's more than I could ever drink. I could try. I could buy some really top tier shit.
Mm-hmm.
They'll just sigh. What? What do you want?
Why?
Why, what?
They'll just kind of crack a half a smile and look back at their drink and take another sip. I don't know. I mean, I guess I must have just overspent. Don't have treasury permissions anymore. Didn't know how much we had.
Before we came back, I gave you the choice. Let me look over the key. Or you
Mhm.
can,
Or you get to be
or
treasury. Both of which were my job previously.
but then the situation at Stallfar happened. You disappeared.
Disappeared is a funny way to say it, sure.
I mean, before we went through what we went through getting to the Feywild, yeah, you kind of disappeared on us. We didn't know where you were, couldn't contact you. When we did try, we got jolted.
They take another sip and narrow their eyes a little. Just, and whose fault was that?
Yours. actually,
I never wanted
you
to
let
leave the
your,
party.
but you let some nobody noble rile you up and have you attack them. You're better than that. You were better than that. You still are better than that. And you're better than whatever made you decide to pull this today. I'm not mad about the money. I'm just
I wanted my
maybe
life back, Ken. I wanted what I had here before everything went down. Yeah, maybe I made a bit of a mistake, but he didn't need to shoot the shit out of me and near kill me. He almost killed me and Taz. I didn't have a choice but to leave. I thought that you had my back multiple times that night and were proven wrong.
I tried to. Maybe you're right. Maybe from your point of view, I betrayed your trust, and I can't apologize enough for that. I should have figured out a different way to handle it instead of just figuratively and literally roaring the situation down.
I don't want apologies. I've already forgiven you. But I want to know that you trust me. And taking away privileges that I've had previously, that doesn't go very far. And if you don't trust me, then say it to my face.
Rose, I trust you more than you know. You're my best friend, family, as close as a close a sibling as any blood relative would be. Maybe, I guess I'm just after all this time on this world, I guess I'm still learning to not take my idea of people as the cold hard truth. Everyone has a different way of living. Everyone has a different way of handling situations that comes their way, and oh, you're right. I shouldn't have I shouldn't have made that ultimatum. I that's on me.
Just why? Rose will take another sip and then slam the glass down on the table and put one hand over their face. Why can't it just go back to how it was? I tried so hard to get back. And I see the way that you look at me sometimes. Why?
I honestly I didn't realize that I was giving you any sort of looks per se. I mean, And I apologize if I gave that. What's the word I'm looking for? There's a specific word.
Impression.
Yes, impression. Yeah, I apologize if I gave that impression.
Save it.
You know,
I don't want sorries.
Well, you're gonna get him, and you're gonna like him.
No!
well, if you won't take sorries, is there anything I can do for you to show you that my trust in you never wavered? It wobbled, sure,
Ouch.
but I've always trusted you. Now and forever.
I don't know. Show it. Back me up. I don't know anything. You didn't say a goddamn word when Clydes and Takashi both told me they didn't want me. Here or the Feywild. Do you want me around?
Yes, I do. And moving forward, if anyone says anything similar to that again, they're gonna have me to answer for. Or answer to. I'm still buzzed.
Then drink more. Because clearly it's not enough. They'll shove over the rest of their drink.
If I get a hangover, it's on you. And he just grabs it and swigs it.
Another round. They'll roll a gold piece over the bar towards the bartender. You might be muted.
Shit, I was muted. Shit. Oh God.
I know. I don't know if you've
My
been
brain's
saying
like
things the whole time.
rewinding, like whoop, 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 whoop. The
It's
bartender kind of
rebooting.
comes over as you finish your drink and slide it over to Ken. Another one. Nods as you slide the drink over. Another one. Another round.
Yes, please.
Slams down two heavy
Another
mugs
one.
that are like an inch of that foamy head at the top, and the beer is it's metallic, it's bitter, it's strong. And as you roll the coin across the counter, he smacks his hand down as quick as you've seen a snake strike, but without a single sound. And he looks left and right. He slides the coin off the counter. Appreciate it. Enjoy.
Appreciate
He just
you.
stole your money. No, I'm kidding.
Gods, I hope one of these people want to fight. I could use that. He'll take another drink.
Really enough? I could use some physical therapy as well.
As you guys say that, you see as the three people closest to you like stand up from their table and they like throw their shoulders back and they look over at you and they pick up their coat and leave.
Ah,
Quite the wind up.
pussies.
They didn't want to bite that off. No.
Rose will drink until forced otherwise, I suppose.
How long do you let yourself and Rose stay here within the nameless Shadow Tavern? Which I'm going to now call the Nameless Shadow.
Hey.
Perfect.
It's a good name for a tavern,
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially a hole in the wall like this.
right?
Give it about. You said it was about 1 when I left
Yeah, it's
to go
about
find Rose.
2-ish. Now it was like 1:30 when you left, and now it's like 2, just about.
My brain likes even numbers, so I'll stay until like 4.
Okay.
I'll slow down towards when, like around 3:30, 3:45ish to like at least get some bearings.
You have 2 more gold, Rose.
Okay.
You have 2.
Yeah, I got plenty.
Okay. There'll be 2 more gold for the remaining ale for the next couple hours. But you guys can drink, and if there are any conversations you want to have, otherwise you can just sort of catch up, and we can move on to the next scene, which will probably be ending, or the last scene of tonight.
Yeah. We'll just chat with Ken, I guess, whatever comes up, trying to be a little bit more lighthearted, but as it gets later and they've been drinking all night, so like right before they pass out, you can see.
At 3:30 in the afternoon, you would have been drinking for almost 10 straight hours.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But like right before they are out, you see them trying to like cast a spell.
Rose, what are you doing?
They'll just wave you away and finish and just kind of mutter just under their breath, just Thorn, and then head hits the table and they cast Dream, trying to connect to him.
As Rose says that one name and then falls asleep, head hitting the table, Ken, the bartender walks over to you. Can't leave that here.
Rude.
Yeah. I think this will be a good time to skedaddle.
Have a good night. Thanks for the pay.
Can't leave that here.
Yeah. Thank you as well. I appreciate the hospitality, and I guess Ken will try to stand up. Take a couple deep breaths, center himself, make sure the kiddos are ready and on standby, and then I guess he'll grab Rose, have Rose and put them on his back and start walking out.
Okay. As you stand up and begin to steady yourself, you find the ground not too wobbly. The room isn't spinning. You look around for the kids and realize that 3 of them are holding you up, like supporting your legs a little bit, and you nod, and the other ones come scurrying in from some corner that you didn't see they got to. You pull Rose onto your shoulder. They're still just deep asleep. That kind of like rough, raspy snoring in your ear, and walk out of the bar, kind of take in that crisp early morning air. As this time of year, 4 o'clock, the sun isn't quite visible, but the horizon is already starting to lighten. Head to the guild hall. Walking in, you kind of like let yourself in through the front door and into the barracks in the back. Heading in, Aerith, you finish your trance to the sound of the door opening and open your eyes to see Ken with Rose kind of on their shoulders, just like arms around his neck, and he's just like wrestling with the door to get it open, and then looks in and sees you.
Fun night?
I wouldn't say fun per se. Just we had some things to discuss, and I guess had some stuff to also clear the air about. But yeah, not really fun.
And it trudges over towards Rose's bed, puts them down in the bed. I'll let you decide if you just throw them in, tuck them in, however you want to do it, man.
Yeah, I won't throw them. I'll like try to like gently like lay them down and just like grab the blanket and just like throw it over them.
Prank them. Put them in Takashi's bed.
Their
Like
hand
the
in a
next to
bucket of
Takashi.
water.
Okay. As you secure Rose within their bed so that they can get a night's slumber, you head over to your own and kind of kick off your boots, crawl in. Anything else before you drift off to the hereafter?
Who's sharing a bed? Because there's only 6.
Well, there's 6, but there's 2 elves, and Oni is meditating on the floor.
Oh. He wouldn't.
And Aerith is done.
Yeah, Oni's on the floor. Takashi, Eodos, Aerith, Aureus, Ken, and Rose are in individual beds. No one's sharing a bed. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha.
You must be so proud.
It's up to you. I mean, if you want to share a bed, it's your characters. Anything else for Ken?
Negative.
Well, Aerith, as you have now started your day, gonna look, see as Ken crawls in and just sort of head hits the pillow, and that kind of irregular breath gives way to the deep, rhythmic breathing of sleep.
I'll use prestidigitation just to make them smell nicer.
That's probably very good because they definitely smell like alcohol.
Yeah, so they don't get more sick from the smell, and the rest of us aren't gagging because of the smell.
Yeah, that's very fair. You walk over and little spark of
It's like a
cleaning magic in
magical
the air.
like spray bottle,
Febreze.
little little Febreze perfume bottle, and I just go please.
Hear from behind you, Oni, as he opens his eyes and goes, "Thanks, that was pretty bad."
Got you. And I'll just make my way out.
All right. Well, we'll pick up with what Aerith does with the next session. But one last thing that I do want to do for Rose is you cast your spell, drunken haze within the forgotten shadow. You swear for a second you can smell wildflowers, grass, the distinct kind of almost sugary sweet scent of some of the more poisonous flowers within the Feywild, and then you speak his name, fall asleep. Your dream, let's see. Your dream is in a colder place, but you recognize it. A clearing within the woods within Grockheim or just outside it. You hadn't been here in a long time, maybe 4 or 5 years, but this was where you and Thorn and Taz had first set up your makeshift camp before even knowing who you could trust. You returned to it a few times, but once you kind of broke free from the Winterlands and started to make progress in the rest of the Feywild, you changed your base of operations more to Sarnau in order to stay closer to the pulse of Titania. But as you walk in, the thin layer of snow crunching beneath your feet, the aurora of colorful lights dancing across a black sky. You look across and can see a tent. And just as you recognize it, a hand emerges from it, and Thorn walks out.
Thorn.
Rose,
They'll take another step and stagger and hit the ground.
he runs with such speed that your knees hit the ground, but he kind of comes into a slide with his knees right where your head would have been. Hey, you're not allowed to hurt yourself even in my dreams, okay? I don't know why I would.
Please, are you real? Did it work?
Ask me something only I would know.
Oh god.
What is something Thorn would know?
I can't think of anything that isn't wildly inappropriate at this time.
I mean, that we can be inappropriate with each other. It's fine. Is that really you?
I think so.
I think it's really me. Hey.
I've
Who was
been
the first person you kissed in the threesome?
Kind of like picks you up and just squeezes you tight. I mean,
I've been
are
trying.
you back? Like,
No, every night I've been trying, and she always says it doesn't work that way. I needed to see who. Fuck.
kind of just like looks down and smiles. Oh, obviously Taz was wrong. And it has to work that way. I'm right here, okay?
She's never wrong, though. Just hugs him tighter. Well, she says she's never wrong.
That's what she thinks. Are
That's
you
what she
okay?
said. Sorry.
You look like you just wrestled Caraway, and not in the fun way.
No, I'm fine. No fighting. Just hanging out and drinking. Maybe a lot of drinks. I don't know anymore.
Come here. Let's go to the tent. He kind of like stands up and lifts you up off the ground. We got time, right? If this is what we think it is,
I think so.
come on in here and tell me what's wrong. Leads you back into the tent, and as he pulls the flap back, it's like the tents from Harry Potter, where it's almost like bigger on the inside, and as you go in, you're within the tavern in Sarnau, in the morning wood, fed, or some approximation of him smiles, but it's almost like he's not real, just like a painting standing in place. Thorn leads you to a table and sits you down and goes and gets a glass of water and one for himself and sits down. So how's it going?
Not good. Well, no, I don't want you to take it the wrong way, because not good for us is a lot worse. I just, it's been a lot. And I just...
Vlad's told us a little bit of what happened, but I really want to hear everything. So have some water and let's just talk, okay? Like we
Yeah.
used to.
Please. Yes.
He just picks his glass up and walks over to the side of the table you're sitting at and sits like right next to you and sidles right up next to you. Got all the time we need.
I'll just lean over and lean on him and start talking about all the stuff that's been happening.
Dream lasts for an hour, right?
For 8 hours.
8 hours. Okay. All right. Then, as you rest that night, your dream connects you to Thorn, and through the skin of the world, the two of you catch up, and you can trauma dump on him however you want. He is there for you and offers the kind of narrow insight that Thorn has, but he would support Rose through anything. And that is the only thing that he really ensures gets across, is that no matter what, you'll always have him. And I think with the dream, that'll be a good place to leave this game off. We finished a long rest, and we got nowhere near where I thought we were going.
I
Yeah.
told you we'd fuck around.
I know, but that was some good fucking around.
I'm so close with the dexterity book.
I know. You're so close with both, man.
I am.
It was crazy.
Oh,
I was looking at it when I rolled the 20 because it was like 66, and I was like, shit, if I roll a 5 and 5 6s, he's done.
So close.
well, I'm glad it wasn't me because it probably would have been hot garbage. I'm 6 hours away of the manual.
Damn.
Hell yeah.
6 hours.
Shit's long. I feel like you've been.
It is.
Like 48 hours over
I
a week.
guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you could join us there at the end, Aerith.
I know. I'm glad too. I'm surprised
And
I was
just-
able to.
Just so you know, we have 1 gold.
Yep.
If you
Yep.
didn't pick up on that.
Oh my god. What the
But-
fuck did you buy?
The Supreme Potion.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Rose managed to haggle Nina down to 7,500 and paid the difference out of their pocket, but there was a message sent. I also changed my proposed title. I thought this was going to be titled Fire and Flame because of the
I saw
Fire Dale. I have changed it to The Price of Friendship.
that.
Oh, Jesus. This is ironic because Rose is the less likely person to use a fucking potion.
Huh.
But that thing is 20d4 plus 20.
Yeah.
Like, or on an action, 100 hit points.
Ugh.
He's a beefy boy.
He is a beefy boy.
Had
It
to
needs
find
to be from a 7,000.
had to find something that would use up a decent chunk.
Yeah. 71 hit
That's
points.
a really good
Yeah.
roll.
Yeah. So,
When you said this,
you know.
I was like, oh no! Oh man. That was fun. It's fun. That was
Personally,
some
I'm
good...
just happy Rose
So-
has a potion though.
I am
So
in
has
possession
Aureus-
of 1 potion.
Officially rejoined the Wanderers
Yes.
of Starlight. Yay!
Right? Yep, him and Edis.
Are they? Is Aureus still a paladin?
No.
What is Aureus? A
He
cleric?
is a cleric.
Oh. Very nice. Very nice.
He
Churchman.
is completely had to be respect.
Hmm.
You know.
He had the same kind of narrative treatment that Ken had when he came back from the dead. Little tweaking here, adjusting there.
Mm-hmm. Had to move a bunch of stats around. Might not have the greatest AC, but that's fine.
It's fine. Who needs AC?
Me?
That's what I always say.
To be fair, my AC was going to be worse, but Cade was nice enough to give me a boost to it.
You needed something.
Was
Just a
it-
little bit.
Was it almost as bad as Flora from our Strahd campaign.
What was Flora's? Was that 13?
11.
11? No.
Just as good as Bane's
Yeah.
in our staircase.
God.
Yeah, AC would have been 13, but
Ooh.
You
is
know.
now.
That's definitely not good for this campaign, for sure.
No.
Well,
At
wait
least
till you
not
know
at
what
where
it
we
is.
are.
It is
Fine.
15.
That'll keep you safe.
Still not ideal, but much better than 13 or 11.
Mm-hmm.
But he
Hey,
is
at least
wizard.
right now, the only like crazy AC you got to deal with anymore is Ken.
Mhm.
Well, when I finish my book, my AC will be a bit higher.
Hell yeah.
Aerith is
Yeah,
also a nightmare.
It's
but
fine.
Ken is the genuine nightmare. That man has so much
Yeah.
AC without having to do anything.
I'm
That's
sure.
the
It's
catch.
terrible.
I'm
Yeah.
sure
He doesn't
Kyle
need
is.
to shield.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Kyle has figured out some other way to be terrible. It's fine.
Oh, he is. Aureus is going to be. Oh, God.
Shield of Faith, Sanctuary.
I don't need
That's just
that
classic cleric
necessarily.
stuff, man.
I
We're not
know.
even talking about that.
I got
It's
a lot of
worse.
support and utility stuff for the team.
Well, that's good. We could use
I
that.
It'll be
don't
really
think people will be missing attacks because I can stack. Oh, what's it called? So I can embolden bond you guys, which gives you a D4 once per turn that you can use on anything, and then I
Okay.
can stack it with bless.
And
cool. You don't even need to bless because
yeah, I was gonna say I've got bless.
Well, they all stack, so.
I don't.
you can't
those-
stack 2 blesses.
Yeah, I don't think you can stack
Yeah.
double
No,
stack bless.
Well,
Yeah.
embolden bond is different than bless.
Yes,
so
that
those
does
two
stack.
Yes, that one sure. But I mean, if you want to
And then-
use your concentration for something else, I can always bless us.
That's true. And then also, anytime any of us take damage when we have the bond up, we can take damage for each other. So you can use your reaction to just teleport right beside the person who's going to take the damage and take it for them.
Okay.
And then in one level, so when I'm level 17, you also get resistance to that damage.
Okay. Alright.
So that's one more level.
Would you guys keep marching ever closer to 17? And I can see it in the distance.
It's
Get
there.
closer and closer.
Right.
And I'm like, no, not ninth level magic. I can't do ninth level magic.
It's fine. I'm the only one who's gonna be able to do ninth
No.
level.
Yeah.
Oh.
Rose is the
Oh,
only
except for
no.
Aureus now
Aureus
too.
now, yeah.
Hey, there we go.
I'll have to counter
Yeah,
out
I
your
get-
shenanigans that you do.
No, but where's the fun in
Okay.
that?
I get my
Well, you
first
gotta have
level
balance.
5 slot.
Hey, level
Hell
5 is pretty. It's pretty dope.
Yeah,
Getting into
especially
some good
for
stuff,
an artificer.
So many
God,
good things at level 5.
right?
so good. Hell yeah. God, I love the fucking around area board games. They always. I was
haven't
like,
done
okay,
it
we'll do like an
in a
hour to
while.
get everyone back together. They'll probably go shopping.
Nah.
So it'll be like hour and a half of that. And
I would just be reading.
yeah, I knew. Well, that was when you said you were going to be here. I was like, all right, well, I can at least just put him in the book dimension and he can just read, and that will at least be good progress for his character. You poked out once at one point to see when he was sitting there. It was just so funny. Just like the brooding, like
He was going through it a
lines
little
to me, like
bit.
I'm not gonna mess with him.
Yeah. Let's
It's
just
always so
have him-
easy to get to the root of it too. It's almost always Rose. Almost always.
When I saw the GIF, I was just like, "What the fuck? Are they already in the Firedale?" And then I see Fox's reaction, and I'm just like, "No, it's just fucking Rose fucking around."
I was worried for Chad for a little bit. I'm like, no.
They were
What are you gonna
actually
do to
trying
Chad?
to be nice in like
Yeah.
a roundabout way.
You did him a real solid. Like
Yeah.
You
not letting
are
him go. That was tough
a
love.
nice, genuine troublemaker. Is what you are. And
He's sitting there drunkenly talking about you to
Yeah.
you.
Oh, they knew.
Yeah, I know. Eidos got to play secretary for a bit. That was fun.
As Chad fucked off and did not come back to work, and I'm sure Emily was
Yeah.
like,
Oh, he's just gonna be like, I'm sorry, Miss M. Rose took me out for a tattoo, and then drinks. And Em's just gonna shake her head. You really need to tell them no sometimes. I try. Poke back. Poke back.
Sometimes you're not
fucking
allowed
Vegas.
to say no.
Yes,
it was so-
Rose pretty much kidnapped him.
You know.
with him in character, and I'm like, man, everyone that's shown him like the kindness and tried to lead him out of his own insecurity has ended up leaving.
Yeah.
Like
I
Robert was gone. Mia was the next one.
mean,
And like everyone's nice with him, but those two really were like, hey buddy, let me teach you how to be a person.
they always come back eventually. Some of them, at least.
And
Sometimes.
that tattoo is
I don't
super
know if
cool.
Robert
It's pretty
come
cool.
back and teach him again.
Is it supposed
Probably
to be
just-
like illusory script?
Uh,
Was the tattoo?
so it's an
Kinda.
actual one of their tattoos. It's
Oh.
Yeah, the
yeah,
illustrators.
it's called the Illustrator's Tattoo.
Oh, I
Illuminators.
read about that.
Yeah.
Or, yeah. It's interesting. It wouldn't
It
have like
is.
any like use in an actual
Combative.
adventuring party
Yeah.
mostly, but for him, sure.
To be able to just write with his
Right.
finger, just wee.
Yeah, and it could be invisible if he needs to like give Emmeline sensitive information or anything.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we need to go on a mission to get more gold because we're broke.
We've
Yeah,
been
we're gonna have to find another horde.
for us like situationally, we've been
Man.
broke for a fucking long time, man. 7,000 is really not
Yeah.
that much money. We have not had a
At
lot
least-
of money in a long time.
Oh yeah, I should probably give Ken 2 of the diamonds before I forget.
When he wakes up with this hangover.
If you guys want to adjust the character sheets now so you don't forget, you can. Just
Yeah.
make sure that when Aureus removes his 2, Ken, you add 2 so we don't end up with 2 extra or 2 less.
Okay.
So Ken, I'm giving you 2 diamonds worth 300 gold pieces each.
Just say you left him on his pillow when he came back and before he went to go get Rose.
Like the mints at hotels.
Yeah.
Dude, I wish
But
the
they're
hotels would leave
300
me-
gold piece fucking diamonds instead.
right?
It's a ritzy hotel.
I think I need to go cook some dinner because I'm very hungry. But thank you
Oh,
guys.
I do want to say, I don't know if Ken told you guys, but our session 0 for Curse of Strahd is tomorrow.
Well,
You told us in
all.
the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
But we're very excited for you
Right.
and hope you guys have fun. Are you starting or are you just doing like
We're doing just, it's kind of like half starting, half main introduction
Mm.
of the characters. So,
okay.
You
But-
doing
Yeah,
like
'cause
a
usually
how
like
you all
session
got
0
together.
is when you create the characters too.
yeah, no, everybody already created their characters. Right now it's just, introducing the characters. See, Drake is preparing some combat, so it's gonna help determine how all the characters
See if-
play.
See if you get murdered in session 0.
Exactly.
Imagine.
The mists have to come in somehow, man.
Right?
Just when you see them start rolling in, run the other way. Run and stop running.
Don't stop.
And I believe there's 7 of us, if I counted right.
Yikes.
That's a huge party.
Good
You're
lord.
all
Yeah,
the
God.
party.
Especially for a first time DM. I hope
Me,
he's ready for
Amanda.
that.
Right?
Well, it's not his
Well,
first
he's
time,
DM'd
but
BM before. He did Strixhaven.
Strixhaven, yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And there was
They
only
ran
4 of us at the
Strixhaven
time.
for what, like 2 years?
Yeah, about so.
Alright.
Yeah.
7 people though. Good
Yeah,
lord.
right.
Hold on, I may have miscounted. Hold on.
That's
You guys are gonna be
Let me-
running into massive packs or super strong ones. What are the other?
Yeah,
Double
I
the
did-
monsters. Double the
I
fun.
did tell Drake to message Cade for some advice on if he needs to boost enemies, which I think this session 0 is supposed to officially say this is how strong we are, together. This
Oh,
is
Yeah, you gotta set that baseline. So you
Yeah.
know where to go from.
5, 6, 7. Yep, nope, there's 7 of us.
So I'm gonna send you this link, Aurora, because this will work
Okay.
early levels. Okay.
I hope you guys know what you actually want to do.
Oh,
Well,
no.
Oh, because and then gone.
yeah.
At least it'll like once it got stabled, it was fine.
Right?
Uh,
But so this is what I used in the beginning. It's called an encounter builder, and it uses the CR system to tell you whether something's going to be like hard, medium, deadly, like that kind of difficulty. It doesn't work for Tyranny anymore, for reasons. But you can do like 7 level 1 PCs fighting, let's say an Aboleth would be a deadly encounter. It's a CR10. But a CR5 like air elemental, also deadly, even with 7 level 1s.
Ah, got it.
And you can then like add more monsters to like if you want to do lower CR ones like the Aarakocra and just have a bunch of them, you can keep adding them, and it shows you the thresholds because of action economy. It'll the more monsters you have on the field, you start adding multipliers to the CR in order to compensate for the fact that there are so many of them. But again, you have 7 players, so
Yeah,
anyway, Earth,
because
you
we
were
have a fighter, paladin, warlock, ranger, rogue, cleric, and then I'm a homebrew. I'm sorry, Kate, I couldn't keep your
No.
promise.
No, you're good. It's all fine.
How
I'm
dare
playing a
you.
homebrew in our staircase game. It's so much fun. My Viper hasn't died yet.
Not
And
yet.
guys,
Not for lack of trying.
He's come really fucking close, though.
Oh
but you know
boy.
what happened last game? My werewolfism activated.
Oh.
Yeah, we got
Welcome to
a
the monster crew.
vampire, a werewolf, a half dragon, and a robot.
Jesus. All right, it's Monster High on the staircase.
That's pretty much what we made.
The monster mash should be our intro.
It should be.
Do the monster mash.
Oh man, that was so much fun. When we went into that game last time, and I was like, okay, Mushroom Man, Opium Den. I really hope Mal's werewolfism turns on here. This would be the perfect place for him to wolf out. And I think Chekhov had the same thought.
Definitely not terrible place.
I'm happy and sad that you hit that persuasion check so well, because I didn't want to stop being a werewolf. I wanted
didn't-
to
I
run
mean,
and
yeah.
do terrible things.
You didn't have
but
to
you-
stop, but I didn't want you to
you
run
took
off
me off the
into,
ledge.
you know, death because
Well, he
they're
can't control it.
certainly looking for us
Yeah, but he couldn't have controlled it.
and they will murder you.
It's fine. We would have figured it out.
Sure.
No one's dead yet, so as far as I'm
Not
aware, we're
yet.
doing great.
I
We're
mean,
doing
we
great.
may
Yeah.
be about to die, but you know, it's fine.
We're doing great.
We're gonna fight a couple ogres. It's not
No big
compared
deal.
to the 7 cultists we had. Just like 7 cultists against the 4 of us. That was pain.
Yeah,
Compared to the Banshee that KO'd you and me round 1, turn 0, like hit the initiative and was like, you two,
and went down.
sit down.
Whoopsies.
Start rolling those death saves because those hit points
Right.
you had, they don't matter.
They're gone now. Goodbye.
I hate Banshees.
Right?
That
They're
was nasty.
kind of rough. Not gonna lie.
No, I'm
I hate the
excited.
frightened edition.
That's also unfortunate.
Mal just doesn't
Yeah.
like ghosts. That's the one thing I can be glad about. We don't have a ghost in our party
Not
anymore.
yet.
Are
Now
you
that
sure
anymore.
that Zero's not a ghost in an armor?
Oh my god.
have a whole
No!
complex about this. Oh man, I love
Fane-
D&D, guys. It's
Fane
so
dies
stupid
and
fun.
Fane dies and I bring in that one other character that I made a long time ago for a one shot that was like possessed by a ghost and like they didn't have a voice and the ghost always talked for them.
I remember that one.
Hmm
I don't remember the too many of the details, but I remember that premise.
I think they were a Circle of Spores druid.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, that would be
What
fun.
my
Is that the one
sister-in-law
where
played.
Daniel played the fucking cursed doll thing?
Oh god, I think so. That sounds
I think
familiar.
so. Yeah.
Because
Was
that was
I
also the
in that
one me and Hulk both, without even knowing, we were both doing it, made the vampires, so we both went running on the walls and together.
I don't remember too much about it. I just remember the character because it's one of my in the tank characters. I could always bring V back because it's a cool premise.
It is. I
The
love the
same one
Toseno
with
games.
the drunken bird one that I played.
Mm.
The drunk Aarakocra monk.
That was an
Is that
owl.
Was that
Or
was
Alan.
that was when we fought the Tarask, wasn't it?
No.
No, Hawk played an Aarakocra
Yeah, Hawk played the Aarakocra. The Aarakocra who was supposed to be the tank, but
and
what
was
were you
chilling
doing?
in the trees.
had himself
Yeah,
a
one
sanctuary
shot.
every time.
Yeah, he did the opposite of what a tank. His
Yeah, I
version of
guess-
tankhead was to make it attack other people.
I think that was the
He
one
was
that we were in like separate groups and like kind of competing. I think.
Was that the one where Zach was with us?
I think so.
Right here,
been a
this
while.
one, this Toseno game has Daniel in it.
I think my favorite one was the white elephant one.
That
Oh
was so
my
much
God.
fun. We gotta do that again.
Yeah, so this one had the drunk bird, Raz,
Okay.
Angelica, Outback Steve,
Outback Steve.
That was
Yeah,
Hawk.
yeah. Fucking Hawk.
Larry,
Yeah.
and Arcus. Larry Johnson.
Yep, because he rolled with my dude. He just sat on my shoulder this time.
What
Oh
did
my
what did I
Wait,
name
that
my
was-
character then? I thought it was V, but maybe
It's
it wasn't. Ven. Okay. I knew it started with V.
Yeah,
that
it
was the white elephant one, wasn't it?
No.
No. The white
Yeah.
elephant one was the one where you guys did the Domain of Dread with the puppet.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I remember. No, wait. I remember Outback Johnson because I
both
think
games
I
together.
played Drake Warden Ranger in one of those.
Yeah, that was Angelica was your character, and you
Oh,
had
okay.
the Drakeling marshmallow.
Yeah, yeah, Marshmallow. It was a white Drakeling, but it shot fire.
Yep.
I was like, wait a minute.
Oh, an
I remember
albino.
Yeah.
I gotta do another.
Right? It's been a
We
minute.
didn't do one this year.
I know. We did. Well, we did the
The white elephant one.
the white elephant
Oh,
game,
that's true.
but
Yeah, we never got
Yeah.
around to a New Year's one though because everything was too busy.
yeah, just
I
my holidays were
still,
absolute just
I
not good.
still
So.
can't believe both of my characters got
I can't
grabbed.
believe none of my characters got
Yeah. I was just
I was
happy
so
that
glad.
Earth got Sparks because that was the best
Right.
person to have gotten the best character. That
He did such a good job.
was all I wanted.
I was so glad you got the character you did. 'Cause
That
you
was-
played it. It was
I didn't
so
know what
funny.
to do with that. That was so out of my wheelhouse.
Son, he's my boy.
My boy.
Stabbing you over and over like
He just needs a hug.
it's
Just
okay.
need some love. Come
Bring
with
you
me.
home. I have a dog. He loves children.
No.
I
That
think if
was
the
so
next,
fun.
not if, but the next Toseno game, we'll do another white elephant like that because that was just so much fun.
That's just so much fun. You make a bunch of stupid characters and then make somebody else deal with it.
Man, I just looked at my hours played on Roll20. 3,747 hours
my
played
God.
on
I told you. I told you
Roll20.
you broke 3,000.
I'm almost
But
at
you're
4.
almost. Yeah, I know. I didn't think you were almost at 4. Damn.
Oh boy. Because it's all like the prep time that I spend as well when I'm like
Mhm.
loaded into the games and stuff. But,
Still.
oh,
So are all the white elephants we do going to be canon events then?
Hey, they could be.
If I can, I will make everything canon event. Technically, in my mind, Spelljammer, Take Two Electric Boogaloo was
Canon.
canon.
Yeah.
It just happened
It's just in space.
in space.
Pip's
The
out there
closest they ever
somewhere.
got to Toral was the Rock of Baral.
So what you're saying is we can add the friendship fleet to our like armies when we go to fight Tiamat.
Absolutely.
Well, what I'm saying is that as you defeat Tiamat and peace returns to the world, the final scene of the campaign is you are all like, "We won! We don't have to fight anymore!" Our massive ships descending through the clouds.
God fucking damn it.
No,
And a
step
voice over
Robert
the intercom.
forward.
Hi everybody, you're my new friends now!
I
Ugh.
It's just such a fun game, and it's so fun to make it all kind of like try to work canonically together when they're
Right.
disparate stories, but
Oh man, I just went to the homepage to see my hours, and I see Ken's Dragon Song. I forgot all about that game too.
Oh,
Right.
God.
God,
Yeah.
that was fun.
The only one person who was literate.
Well, I was. What do you expect? I don't know, scribbles.
Too much work to read.
Mhm.
Hawk's character trying to be charismatic who has like a -2 in charisma.
You know.
He makes some weird characters.
That
Yeah.
was the most ragtag group of adventurers you could ever imagine.
Could
I
you
guess
imagine that crew walking into the guild hall, like the six of them walk in and Chad's like, Miss M.
Who the fuck are you guys?
Roggs just runs up. Hi.
I just imagine him climbing onto the tables to talk to Chad at eye level.
What?
No, I feel like Rogs would just go upsies on Hawk's character.
Uppies.
Up. Uppies.
No, he had winged boots. He would just.
He could
Oh,
fly.
that's true.
And a cape of billowing to look majestic in.
He would lift it in the air and be like, "I'm sorry, you couldn't see me from down there." And he'd be like, "Run, Miss M, help!"
My character would just be so done, and I'm just like, God damn it! Why are
Shaking your
we here?
Because we got rejected from every other guild on the coast.
We heard this
Alright.
guild takes anyone.
They're desperate.
Are you willing to fight in a war? Well, fuck my ass.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of work. I don't know.
She's supposed to like leaving the war up to you guys. She's trying to get adventuring parties so that the guild could get some fucking revenue going again. Nobleman came in and she was like, "Oh, thank the gods, I got some sort of revenue."
Some
Holy crap!
money.
Yes, sir. We actually have 3 currently available adventuring parties.
Now I feel like glad I didn't run that man off with the.
Oh man.
Depending on how much
like,
you want to
damn,
pay, we
this
could
guild
even give
needs
you the
business.
weird ones.
What'd you say, Kyle?
Oh, you probably saw it. You just like, damn, this guild means business. Look at that guy.
There was a mix of that and the I wonder if I could afford these weirdos. But at the same time, like,
Hold on, Firedale. We need to take an escort quest real quick so we can get some money.
we just lost a little bit of gold. Gotta recoup a little bit. Severin, can you put your plans on hold for
Can you
like
hold on?
months, maybe?
Yeah.
yeah.
We'll get
Just get
there.
us a couple paychecks. We just need a little bit of forbearance. It's fine.
We gotta get a little capital so that we can reinvest and start making some profit.
All right. I need to eat. So I'm gonna let you guys go. Thank you guys for joining me. I will
Always.
catch y'all next time.
Maybe next session we'll
Yes.
actually get back to the main quest. Maybe.
Maybe.
Wishful thinking.
Or get
Right.
sidetracked again.
You know.
Friendship is the main quest you
Well-
found along the way.
We
Eh.
can't get sidetracked with shopping now, so that's one thing taken care of.
Oh no. See,
You
Because
know.
Eodos has 2,500 and that's it on him. That's all he has.
You can do a lot of shopping with that.
Oh boy. Okay. Side note, check your lottery tickets as well as for my fellow hunters. I have an investigation that with regular Gormagala, he drops a gem. If anyone
yeah.
is looking to get a gem from Gormagala.
I mean, I'll always take gems.
What
I
weapon does
definitely
everybody have?
forgot to get my lottery ticket this week, so unfortunately I cannot check my lottery ticket.
Yeah.
I'm in the same boat, but I'll make sure that I buy one tonight so